All right, oh, we are live once again, just for fun. Figured I'd do this once more because I had so much fun doing it yesterday. We'll see if anybody shows up. Throw something in the chat so I know you're watching. All that good stuff. Just wait in the chat. Welcome to August 18th edition of the live stream. See if anybody else shows up. We had a great live stream yesterday. It was a lot of fun, hence doing it again. Tonight, we've actually got an episode being released featuring brethren from Rubicon Society down in Kentucky. They are hosting the 12th annual Festive Board. Michelle, how's it going? How was Pelee Island yesterday? Assuming it was a good time. You went up with the DDGM. How busy was it? Was there a lot of people? I'm guessing it was a pretty good turnout since it's the last meeting at that building. Yeah, right, because did they say where they're going to be meeting? 35 people is a really good turnout. Most from Windsor or most from the county? Hey, we got a second person here joining us as well. Welcome. Leave something mostly from Tilbury. Okay. Yeah, so that's where they're going to be meeting. It's Tilbury, right? I think that's what they were saying. I mean, yeah, I agree. It's kind of sad, but hopefully they'll turn it around. We're getting ready here in Windsor to restart pretty soon. Right, September is when our meetings resume. So next week, are you going to Leamington next week with everybody with Ross for the district meeting about scheduling official visits and all that good stuff? Because I will be there. Oh, that's right, bingo. All right, well, I'll be there anyways, so I know the dates for Harmony, so we should be all set. Yeah, I'll be there. I got to be there for Border Cities and for Harmony and for Windsor, maybe, depending on who's there. I'm not sure if Ed or... Well, I'll still be there anyways because I got to go for Border Cities. Plus, I want to talk to Ross about Cornerstone and Grand Lodge annual communication. I don't know if Igor's going or not. I don't think so. He's not. He's IPM of Harmony, and I guess of Windsor, but beyond that, right? He doesn't really have any other roles in there. So, I'm going to take the bus. There's a bus that goes from St. Clair College to Leamington. So I'm going to take the bus down there, which should be a lot of fun, and I can't wait to go to... Yeah, I can't wait to go. I like Leamington. I like their Masonic Temple. Last time I was there was for the amalgamation of the two lodges. So it'll be nice to go back and see my Leamington... Well, see district brethren and talk about the Cornerstone ceremony, which is going to be a lot of fun, as well as... Or talk about Cornerstone designations for Grand Lodge, which is going to be a lot of fun. And also see if I can maybe get some momentum for the idea of bringing the Grand Lodge annual communication to Windsor or Essex in 2030, which seems like a long ways away, but it's not. If you're cool with it, I'm hoping you can be on the committee, Michelle, to bring the Grand Lodge annual communication to Windsor, or at least to lobby so that we can bring the annual communication to Windsor. One thing I was thinking of doing is next year getting a room at the Hilton. No, sorry, not at the Hilton. Getting a room at the Sheraton Parkway North, but have it dedicated to all things Windsor and all things Essex. You know, put out local products, gifts, all sorts of stuff that are like Windsor based, and that way we can kind of promote the area and encourage Grand Lodge to consider hosting the annual communication in Windsor, Ontario, as opposed to always having it in the GTA. Not that I don't love the GTA, but at some point, I think we got to move it somewhere else. We have to go back, though. I think we have to restart, or not restart, but keep working with a lot of our contacts, right? I could want to get a letter from the mayor advising that he wants to attend. I'd want to get a letter a letter from the mayor inviting the Masons to Windsor, a letter from City Council, a letter from the hotels, a letter from Caesars. You know, we could work on getting more custom jerseys. I think it would be a lot of fun. So that would be cool. What it is, but it's the type of stuff I like doing still, right? I'm not there's plenty of stuff about Freemasonry I'm bored with, but I enjoy. Yeah, we'll see who can help. Luckily we got time. Still, what, 4 years away? So, and that's if we, oh no, I guess it's 6 years away, if I recall correctly, because they said that they had the contract with the Sheraton for 5 years. So if that's 2024, then 2029, so 2030. Yeah, so 6 years away. But even just the lobbying process, convincing them to give it a shot would be a pretty big undertaking. Like I said, I think I've got enough experience organizing events successfully, January 19th and 20th, as well as the fish fry and all the Masonic events I organized and the Cornerstone, that I think I could do a pretty good job with it. So we'll see. Got some more people coming into the live stream. Throw something down in the chat. Let us know where you're from, if you're a Mason, anything you want to talk about. We got my buddy Michelle in the live chat. Yeah, this is just a chance to hang out and ask any questions and talk just about Freemasonry or anything else. If you are if you're watching this and you're a Mason, one thing you can throw in the chat is talk to us about your annual communication. Is it in the same place every year or same location? Does it move around to different locations within your jurisdiction, right? Because what we're trying to do, at least in Windsor, or what I'm hoping to do, is potentially get our annual communication to leave the GTA, where it's been since I've been a Mason, at least, I think since the 90s, and actually have it in other areas of the province of Ontario, starting with Windsor. But then my hope is other places like on Ottawa, up north in, I can't think of the name of it now, like Cottage Country. They had the G7 there. Huntsville, it's like a big resort town in Northern Ontario. I can't think of it now, but it'll come to me. But Ottawa, London, heck, maybe even Thunder Bay, potentially. So that would be a hassle to get to. All these places could look at holding the annual communication, and what it would mean for the cities where it would be held, I think, would be major, especially in terms of the economy and economic benefit of, a few hundred Masons, and then add to that, double that because of families and wives coming. I think you're looking at a few, 1,000. The economic impact would be huge. Sudbury would be a place. I don't know if Sudbury would have the actual I've been to Sudbury a couple times. I'm curious if they would be able to do it. Probably. I think they could give it a shot. I'm just idly curious now. I'm on my phone because I want to see if I can find the name of that Northern Ontario town that was where they had the G7. It was like a big cottage country town. If anybody knows it, throw it in the chat. Northern Ontario, Huntsville. I think it's called Hunt. So it's like 5 hours. It's in the Muskoka district of Ontario. Sudbury is a big town, but so I was there years ago. Like we're talking 13, 14 years ago. I don't know. From what I recall, it was a big town, but they didn't have a lot of infrastructure. Like I only recall them having 3 hotels, which didn't seem very big to me. Like the hotels didn't seem too big. So, but I think it'd be worth it. I think we could give it a shot. I think everywhere, my dream would be that every year, a whole bunch of Masonic districts from across Ontario kind of spend the year lobbying Grand Lodge to hold the annual communication in their district. So they talk up their city, they talk up their amenities, they get local businesses on board, they get the mayor and city council on board, and they try to talk up their location, their district, as being the best in the province to hold a annual communication. And then at that year's annual communication, the Grand Lodge announces next year. Okay, so maybe Sudbury would be a good spot. Sudbury, if any Sudbury Masons are watching this, you know what? We should I think the competition would be fun. So by all means, if anybody from Sudbury is watching this and you're interested, why not lobby Grand Lodge to hold its annual communication in Sudbury in 2030? Same thing. Talk to your hotels, talk to your mayor, talk to your city council, talk to your MPs, talk to your businesses, try to get support. And then, I will lobby the annual communication to be held in Windsor. You lobby the annual communication to be held in Sudbury, and we'll see who wins. And that doesn't just go for Sudbury. That goes for, I just found it. So it was Huntsville, Ontario, which is like a big northern resort area. Huntsville, Ottawa, London. I really do think Thunder Bay would be a really, really interesting place to hold an annual communication, despite the logistical challenges. Start trying to lobby, see if we can get the annual communication moved around. We got a few more people joining. Same thing, throw something down in the chat. Let us know where you're from. And also, if you're a Mason, we're talking about annual communications. Let us know if your annual communications move around or stay in one place in your jurisdiction, and if you think there's some worth in having them move around. When's the last time, Michelle, that you were in Sudbury? Do you recall? Because Sudbury, I remember I took a bus there because I was taking a bus back to Winnipeg, to my home, and I ended up stranded in Sudbury in like a pretty nasty nasty blizzard. Actually kept me at the Sudbury Greyhound bus station for like a year. It felt like a year for like I think a whole weekend. I was stuck there. Over the New Year's, basically. So maybe I just have bad memories of Sudbury for that. What is the population of Sudbury? I'm going to check this out. Sudbury. Oh, Greater Sudbury. It has according to Wikipedia, Can't find the population 166,004. All right, so there you go. Yeah, but that's my thoughts. Like I was saying, I love Freemasonry, but I was getting kind of burned out with it. So my new kind of goal is just to do the things that I enjoy doing, especially. And I always enjoy organizing events like cornerstone ceremonies and the fish fry. And I think I'm pretty good at it, right? I think I know how to organize those events pretty well. And with Michelle, I could definitely use your help as well. So please, and a few other people, I think the DDGM should be on the committee for obvious reasons. Which I think would be really important to have our district deputy grand master be part of it. He seemed interested, so let's keep our fingers crossed that he stays interested. We got a few more people joining the chat. Leave a like if you could, that'd be appreciated, and throw something down in the chat. So far, it's just been me and Michelle chatting, which is great. I love Michelle, but the more people who want to chat, the better. And how'd you find the podcast, or how'd you find this live stream as well? Was something I'd love to see, right? Did you get a notification? Did it pop up on your YouTube feed? Are you subscribed? If you're not subscribed, hit the subscribe button. All that good stuff. In other words, where you're from. Yeah, this is kind of an ask me anything. So that's why we got the chat up there. So you guys can throw something in the chat and ask me anything. Is there trying to think, Michelle, if you're still there, if you can think of any other towns in Ontario. I mean, how far could you go? Could you do one in Kenora? I feel like that'd be really hard. Getting to Kenora would be a nightmare. Not that I don't love Kenora. I actually spent some time there as a kid because my aunt had a cottage close to Kenora. I grew up in Winnipeg, but getting there would be a challenge. Do they have the resources to do it? Like hotels? Let's check. Let's see. I'm going to go on the Wikipedia once again. Kenora, Ontario. Really should be part of Manitoba, if we're being honest. Population 14,967. Hey, Ross. How's it going, sir? Good to see you. How was yesterday? Michelle was saying there's about 35 people at Peely Island, which is pretty it's pretty good turnout. So well done, Peely. We're just talking about my thoughts of trying to move the Grand Lodge annual communication to Windsor for 2030, if we possibly could. But yeah, throw something down in the chat. Let us know your thoughts on that, or even more just the general idea of Grand Lodge annual communications moving around from place to place. So Toronto one year, Kenora the next, Sudbury, Ottawa, London, Windsor. I think Thunder Bay presents some really interesting opportunities, though it would be challenging to get them there. Huntsville, I think, would go really well as well. Yesterday was real good. Turnout was nice, and the degree was good. That's awesome, Ross. Very glad to hear it. I guess I shouldn't call you that. I should call you your title, right? Thank you, Right Worshipful Sir. Yeah, it did used to move around. I don't know when it officially switched. Gene Lotz actually does. Yeah, so Gene Lotz would know when it moved, but it was actually held in Windsor. No, you're always right, Worshipful. I remember when I was taught, whenever you see the grand, because when I organized the cornerstone ceremony at City Hall, I was taught that we brought in the Grand Master, and I was taught that even if you see him in the grocery store, it's most worshipful is what he's always called in any circumstances. And when I organized the January 20th public unveiling and helped with the 19th, I was told the same thing. It's always most worshipful. So I'll stick to titles. I think that's only fair, and you deserve it. The office is important. So what was I saying? Yeah, to my understanding, and actually Gene Lotz knows more about this than I do. It was held in Windsor, I believe, 3 times. The last time it was held in Windsor, the local car companies loaned out special cars to the visiting Grand Master and lodge dignitaries, which they drove basically for the whole weekend of the whole annual communication. As a way to celebrate Windsor, because it's car company, right? Car town. So it did move around. I don't know when they made the switch. I have no issues with I loved it when it was at the Royal York. I love the current location now. I think I like it more. I really like Sheraton Parkway North. It's a great hotel. The staff is super friendly. But I think moving the Grand Lodge around would be pretty incredible as well. Like I was saying, I think the fun thing to do would be, so let's say we're talking about the 2025 annual communication. From now until 2025, any district that's interested could try to lobby Grand Lodge to hold the annual communication in their district. So they meet up with representatives of the city and businesses and hotels and whatever else is needed. Try to show off their town. What makes Windsor special? What makes Ottawa special? What makes Huntsville special? What makes Sudbury special? What makes Thunder Bay special? Show all these things. Try to advocate to bring the Grand Lodge into those areas, into those districts, and then you do that from now until 2025, and then at the 2025 annual communication, the Grand Lodge announces where the communication will be held in 2026 type thing. Because it not only does it it encourages Grand Lodge to travel, it also forces the local districts to create relationships with local businesses and the mayor and city council and all the people that they would need to have relationships with to encourage the annual communication to be there, right? And it gets the building, it gets the lodge, it gets the Masons in the community and involved in the community. So that's my opinion. I don't know if it'd ever take off or not, but I think it'd be good. More travel equals more community and fraternity. I agree 100%. I think traveling is the most important part of being a Freemason or visitation. Well, maybe the most important thing is showing up for your own lodge. That's pretty vital. But the second most important thing is travel and visitation. And if you're not visiting often, you're missing out on a really, really special part of the annual community of Freemasonry. Yes. So yeah, I agree. I was thinking the same way. Make it like the Olympics. Put your bids in and get the win, right? And maybe you could even go so far as at the annual communication, you could have the mayors of different cities showing up if they're invited by their district, right? So you say to the mayor of Huntsville, annual communication is happening in Toronto. Is it possible for you to join us there in our hospitality suite, meet with the Masons? We're going to talk up Huntsville. We're going to talk up why it's the perfect location for the next annual communication, et cetera, right? Yeah, and also it would make it more fun, I think, for it adds something new to the annual communication, right? Like the announcement could be a big deal, and it could be something that people care about and want to see and want to learn more about. So, and I was saying I've tried to take a little bit of a step back from some parts of Masonry because I was getting burned out, and I just want to focus more on what I enjoy doing and what I like. And I think organizing events like, I think, not to toot my own horn, Right Worshipful Sir and everybody, but I think I'm pretty good at organizing Masonic events. I think I've organized a few really good ones, and this could be fun. And even if we don't get it ourselves, if it encourages other people to try the same thing, that would be a win as well. See, not that I don't love Toronto, but Toronto gets all the GTA gets all the press. Let's get some other groups involved, you know. But I'm assuming, right, Worshipful Sir, we can talk about it on next week on the 24th. I look forward to being there. Yeah, I think it's going to be a good meeting. Excuse me. We got some other people jumping in and out of the chat, or jumping in and out of the live stream. Let me know if you want in the chat, if you're a Mason, how you found the live stream, anything you want to talk about. This is our chance to just chat and hang out. Yeah, well, I think Masonic burnout is real, right? And so sometimes you got to take a step back, not out completely, right? But you got to kind of, and also I was lucky because summer came up, so that gave us a bit of a break. But there are still things I enjoy doing. But focus on the, sometimes you do what you have to do. Don't get me wrong. I still do a lot of the administrative work for, though that's going to change soon, for Harmony and for Border Cities. And I don't necessarily enjoy doing it, but sometimes you do what you have to do, but you also have to find time to do what you enjoy, especially in Freemasonry. Find out what you like doing and try to stick to that, Hope everybody's okay. There's a siren going on outside. I was saying tonight we have, speaking of things I like, hope everybody's okay. Tonight at 6:00 Eastern, we've got our next episode being released of the Square and Compass podcast. That's featuring Lexington, Kentucky brethren who are part of the Rubicon Society. They're holding September 28th and 29th, their 12th annual festive board and conference. I went to it last year, and it was an absolute blast. I can't go this year because I'm actually going to be in Pennsylvania, I do believe, but it's going to be a lot of fun. So I would suggest, if people can, check that out. Just go to Google, type in 12th anniversary, or type in Rubicon Society Festive Board. The deadline to register is September 13th. So there's still plenty of time. And yeah, it's a really special event. And it's not too far, by the way. Oh my God, it's what? I mean, I think it's like 10 hours, something like that. So not too far to travel, that's for sure. And I just published on Medium a new article titled Unreasonable Freemasonry, which is all about this idea of unreasonable hospitality, which was featured on one of my favorite TV shows, The Bear. I love The Bear. I think it's an awesome TV show, and one of the concepts that they feature in it is this idea of unreasonable hospitality, which is based on a gentleman, Will Guidera. He ran what was named the #1 restaurant in the world, 11 Madison Park in New York. And he got that distinction of being the #1, or got that name of #1 restaurant in the world, by not just focusing on great food, but by focusing on what he calls unreasonable hospitality, and all sorts of ways to make the customer experience, not just in terms of the food they were making, but also in terms of the entire service experience, the best, right? So everything from when they first walked in the door, to when they first called for reservation, to little personal touches that were meant to make that customer's experience, the best restaurant experience ever. He tells a story of he was in the dining room and he overheard customers saying that they were visiting New York and they had done everything they wanted to do except they had not tried a New York City hot dog from a hot dog cart. And so he ran outside, bought for $2 or something like that a New York City hot dog cart, a New York City hot dog, brought it back, plated it all fancy because it was like a Michelin star restaurant. So plated it super fancy, and then served it to the guests. And he was saying, that $2 hot dog brought him more goodwill with the customers and brought the customers more joy than, if he had got them a $500 bottle of champagne or that type of thing, which I think is probably true. And I think there's some lessons there for Freemasonry. So I wrote about that in my, like I said, in my Medium article on unreasonable Freemasonry, or how we can take lessons from unreasonable hospitality and apply it to unreasonable Freemasonry. Once again, this is the Square and Compass live chat. If you guys are joining us, throw something down in the chat. Let me know where you're from. If you're a Mason, what you want to talk about. This is just a chance to chat and hang out. So yeah, jump in, say hello. Love to hear from you guys. That's kind of what we're doing here, right? Just a chance to chat and hang out. I did this yesterday for like 6 hours, which was a lot. I don't plan to do it for that long this time, but we'll stick around for a bit, so long as there's people. I don't know, Michelle, if you're still there, want to throw something in the chat, that'd be cool. Anybody joining us? Let's talk. Throw something in the chat. We'd love to hear from you. This is a chance for you to ask me anything about Freemasonry, about Square and Compass promotions, and just my opinions on it, right? I don't speak for anybody but myself, obviously, but I'm happy to give you my opinions on Freemasonry, on Square and Compass promotions, on why I started this, what I hope to accomplish, where I hope to go. Gonna pop open. I promise. It's just a Pepsi. I already had my coffees this morning. I had a few coffees, which is my favorite thing. Let me know in the comments as well how you follow the Square and Compass podcast or Square and Compass promotions. Do you follow us on social media? Do you follow us on YouTube? Do you follow us on Medium? All of the above? None of the above? I hope that you'll let us know, because it would be great to know. And that's something I'm always interested in with these podcasts, is how do people find us? And what are the ways in which people interact? I guess the term is maybe touch points, right? What are the touch points by which people are finding us? So yeah, leave a like, leave something in the chat. What I do with these after is I tend to, I'll switch the video. Once we're done being live, I'll switch the video to private, and then I will go back and maybe edit it, find some parts that I really enjoy, and then post it back on YouTube. But these are great ways to talk to the audience, chat with people, as well as hopefully learn a little bit more about where people are coming from in terms of Freemasonry. Let me know if you have any concerns about Freemasonry. What are your thoughts and opinions on the thought of changing the age of the entrance into Masonry from 21 to 18. It's a discussion that has been thrown around. I'm fine with it. I've got no issues with it per se. I mean, my personal opinion would be the age should probably match, and this is kind of embarrassing. I don't actually know. I'm looking it up on Google. The drinking age in Ontario is 19, I think, right? 19. So to me, 19 makes the most sense. The reason being, sometimes lodges will hold events involving alcohol, right? They'll have a banquet, or they'll go to, or even after a lodge meeting is done, they may have some, 19. They may have some refreshments at the lodge, but then they may go out to a bar afterwards, or they may. And so to me, 19 makes the most sense, because that way, that Mason, that brother, will not only be able to take part in meetings and refreshments after lodge, he'll also be able to take part in social events if it's taking place, say, at a bar or a place where there's an age limit, or even a casino, right? We have the casino here in Windsor, which, if I get Grand Lodge here, that would be probably a major player in it. But then again, I think you need to be 19, or I forget how old you need to be to enter the casino. I think 19, right? So to me, 19 is the most appropriate age. It makes the most sense. I think 21 is too old. I've always thought 21 is too old. And also, it brings us more in line with other jurisdictions. I think most jurisdictions in the States, it's 19, or even 18. So I know there have been instances in the past of Masons who are 19 visiting lodges in Ontario, and discussions as to whether they can be allowed to be in or not, since they're under the age for admission in Ontario. But I don't know. I think I agree with the general idea, which is we should lower the age of entrance in Masonry in Ontario from 21, because I think that's too old myself. If you're old enough to even, let's see this, Army enlist age, Ontario. So, I mean, to join the Army, you got to be, according to Google, 17 years of age. So if 17 is old enough to join the armed forces in Ontario, then I think 21 is probably too old, too long to wait to be able to join Freemasonry. So yeah, that's my opinion. I don't know. What are your thoughts? You can throw them in the chat if you'd like, or I guess you kind of have to stay neutral on these things. I know there's been a few different discussions floating around on that. Ever since I joined, right? I also think that there were discussions once upon a time about the issues being put forth for not doing it. Is the person able to financially pay his dues, and are they old enough to have the proper mindset? So the latter one, again, what I would say is, if 17 is considered old enough to have the proper mindset to join the military, and if 19 is considered the old enough to have the proper mindset to be able to purchase or consume alcohol, then I think they probably have the proper mindset to join Freemasonry. The former is, my assumption, and this is just an assumption, is if you were to switch the age of entrance to 18, they're almost certainly joining because they have a family member who's a Mason, or who is kind of encouraging them to join, in which case my suspicion is they would receive some financial assistance from that family member when joining. Or the other thing is, in some ways, even though I had less money when I was younger, I had more financial freedom as well. I didn't have the same responsibilities. I was, more willing to be in debt when I was younger. So I'm not sure, yeah, I think 19 as well is my guess. The other thing about financially pays dues is like, what are the dues? And this is a conversation and a half, but most dues are so low in Ontario lodges and in most lodges across North America. This isn't just an us thing. That I mean, if you're paying $100 to $200 per year, is really not that much money. And I know I say that somebody's in the chat's going to get mad. It is a lot of money. I understand that, especially if you're on a fixed income, especially if you're just young and starting out. But I would say, as a rule, it's not as much money that if you didn't really want it, you couldn't budget it, right? $200 a year at the most. I know in Toronto, there's some that are higher. It's that first initial payment that's usually the highest, right? The initiation fee. But dues being low is not a Ontario issue. Yesterday on the chat, we actually had somebody who, when he became worshipful master, his lodge was $12,000 in debt because the dues were just too low. So, this is not an Ontario thing. This is a Windsor. This is not an Ontario thing. It's not a Windsor thing. This is a Freemasonry thing, is whether the dues are high enough. And that's one of those perennial discussions, by the way. Throw something in the chat if you want. If anybody, we have a few more people who joined us. What are your thoughts on Masonic dues? Do you think they're too low, too high, just right? Like, what are your thoughts on those? Because I feel like that's one of those evergreen discussions ever since I've joined. I joined Freemasonry in 2007, and I've been hearing about dues being either too low or too high, probably since 2007. Kind of one of those things that never changes in terms of Masonic debate. We had some people come and go from watching this live stream, so I appreciate you guys joining. Once again, by all means, throw something down in the chat. Let us know where you're from, if you're a Mason, how you found this podcast. Was it in your YouTube feed? What it is that you want to talk about. There are definitely areas that are extremely expensive, but if someone is of the correct mindset and is aware of the financial output, we have lodges. Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's the other thing, right? Are they aware of the financial output involved? That's something I try to do first, or not first, but very early upon meeting a potential applicant, either as a sponsor or in the investigation committee, or if the applicant joins us for a social night, I try to make sure they're aware of the financial obligations as soon as possible, because I think that that's a really important thing that they know. I also try to make sure that they know about kind of the time that's required if you want to do it well. I know that we talked about this yesterday, so I don't want to get into that. There's the financial, and there's also potentially a time requirement, though we don't mandate attendance or participation necessarily in Ontario. But I try to tell them, right, if you want to get the most out of it, you're going to be very busy. Nothing wrong being busy, but can you fit this in with the rest of your life? And can you make the time necessary for it? Which is also a really interesting thing when it comes to younger members, right? In some ways, younger members tend to have more time than older members, right? 19, 20. They may not have a family yet. They may not be working necessarily the hours they're working. They may be able to take more time off of work. They may be able to be more active in the lodge at that age than late 20s, early 30s, they have a family, they have all those other responsibilities, which although that also creates some pretty major challenges actually, because then, I've seen it a million times. Young guy joins lodge, um, joins officer lineup, is really gung-ho, but then family starts, gets married, whatever it is, and suddenly he has to drop out of the lineup, and that leaves a pretty big hole for the next people to come. So that can create a challenge in of itself. It's almost better from a consistency perspective to maybe have people join when they're older, have more free time again. Families moved out, kids have moved out, they're retired or whatever it is, and that way there's that you can rely on them for the 5, 6, 7, 8 years that it takes to move through the lineup. Speaking of the lineup, Igor was on yesterday. He was telling me that there's a lodge in Toronto, the St. Andrew's Lodge, that actually their secretary is part of their officer lineup. You go, right, in theory, you would go junior warden, senior warden, worshipful master, immediate past master, and then you move into the secretary's position. So it's kind of the expected progression, which is kind of interesting. I was of two minds of that, but I thought it was an interesting idea. The benefit is it stops the secretaries from getting burnt out, which is obviously a major challenge. But the challenge would be making sure you're training them, right? Because being secretary is a lot of work. People don't realize how much work being a Masonic secretary is. So every time, if you have a new Mason taking that role every year, you're going to want to make sure you're training him, at least I'd say a month before he takes the position, to learn how it works and what's required. Get used to the new back end on the system, all that good stuff. So yeah. Got a few more people joining the chat or joining the live stream and watching us. Welcome. Throw something down in the chat if you'd like. Let us know where you're from, any questions you have. We're talking about anything we want to talk about, basically. That is interesting, but being there a secretary... Yeah. Sorry. I'm sure there are secretaries that love the position. In my experience, every secretary I meet grows progressively crankier year after year, myself included. But yeah, maybe we're cranky. Maybe it's one of those things where we use our crankiness to hide our love of the position. But that's a good point. The assistant secretary position would be a good... Yeah, I think so too. A lot of lodges now don't have assistant secretaries anymore. I've been finding they may have the position in their bylaws, but they don't have anybody to fill it. But assistant secretary is actually, that does make sense. I think actually that would be a really good stepping stone as well. And that way also the assistant secretary can learn what the job is. And if the secretary gets sick, has an accident, has an emergency, God forbid, knock on wood, gets hit by a bus or something or passes away, then you've got an assistant who can jump in and knows the role and knows what to do. So yeah, I think that would be pretty cool. Once again, everybody watching this, thank you so much. Feel free to throw something in the chat or take a look at the chat. As well, I personally think everyone needs to really check out the Grand Lodge virtual meetings for secretaries, treasurers. Yes, I concur. I agree completely. The Grand Lodge virtual meetings are, and the other thing are great. More people need to attend them. The other great thing about them is, so I once heard a story, and it was about a multi-billion-dollar company at this point. Somebody got a job working there, and he asked the boss, right, what his job was. And the boss said, your job is to make yourself dispensable. And right, what that meant is make it so that if something were to happen to him and he were to, again, knock on wood, get hit by a bus, move away, whatever it is, somebody else could take his position, and do the job, right? The worst thing that can happen, I think, or one of the worst things that can happen to a lodge is all the responsibilities for a position, treasurer, secretary, all the responsibilities, all the knowledge ends up falling onto one person. And when that happens, that's really dangerous for the lodge, because what you end up with is, if anything happens to that person, nobody knows how to take over the role and the position. And so even if you're not a treasurer, not a secretary, not a worshipful master, if you're taking the time to learn about the position, attending those virtual meetings, that means that you have the knowledge, and the lodge has the knowledge necessary to deal with any issues that may arise, such as losing a treasurer, losing a secretary, right? You want to make yourself dispensable, so that you know that the lodge will continue even if you can't. Perfect example, if a secretary's computer crashes, yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree with that. You need backups. So make yourself dispensable, right? It feels good to be the only person who can do something, but that feeling good comes at the expense of lodge continuity, I think. Neighborhood Paragould Lodge number 368. I have not been active in a few years. Neighborhood Preparedness, welcome. Thank you for throwing something in the chat, letting us know you're here. By all means, if you want to throw in the chat any questions you have or anything you want to talk about, please do so. What made you, if you're comfortable saying like why you have not been active, feel free to do that. Or if you're thinking about becoming active again, throw that in the chat. It'd be great to hear your insights or your thoughts on Freemasonry, right? If you want to go back up and check out other areas of the chat and what we've been talking about, and if you have anything to add, please feel free to do so as well. The more people, the more you can add to the chat, the better. And if you haven't done so yet, but you can, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, all of those good things. I've had a few more subscribers jump on recently, which I really, really appreciate. I don't know if Michelle is still there. I know he had his training, but if he wants to throw something down in the chat. Paragould Lodge number 368 in Arkansas. Welcome. I have done a couple podcasts with brethren from Arkansas. It's honestly my goal to attend a lodge meeting in Arkansas. I wish I had. I've never quite got around to it, but it's on my list. I feel like the Midwest, I've done a lot of stuff in Illinois. I've got a lot of amazing brothers in Illinois, and I've made a lot of really good friends in Illinois. Beyond there, I've done a lot of virtual visitation in Washington State, and I've done a lot of stuff in California. But actually, I guess the West itself, which I would call I'm trying to think what the West would be. Well, I guess Arkansas, really it's more the South. I always get them two mixed up, right? Arkansas would be more the South, actually. And I've done a lot of stuff in Dallas, Fort Worth, but never made it to Arkansas. I guess the West would be more like Wyoming, Montana, Utah, Idaho. But my goal would be, I do want to go to a lodge in Arkansas. In terms of the South, where have I done? I've done Florida. I've done Texas. I've done Tennessee a few times. But never have, that's really kind of been Indiana, Southern Indiana, I guess. I wouldn't mind doing some more Midwest, West, and Southern lodges. Because they can be really beautiful lodges and really, really cool brothers there. Let us know in the chat the furthest that you've traveled over the years. Ever do anything overseas? I've been to England for a lodge, which was really fun. That was so many years ago. And I was in Mexico a couple times for Masonic events. Those were really special times as well. So throw something down in the chat if you want. Let us know how far you've traveled. Michelle, if you're still around, let us know. That would be really, really fun. Looks like we're going to get a nice storm again today. Could do with less storms. Lately, it feels like it's always raining. Just going back up in the chat because Michelle had mentioned. Let's see if I can. It is. Yeah, Michelle was saying earlier in the chat, you can find it, that he was suggesting Sudbury might be a really good place to hold an annual communication. I don't know, let me know if you guys agree or what you think of that. I haven't been, when I was in Sudbury, this was several years ago, it was relatively small. They didn't seem to have a lot of locations or hotels, but maybe they got more. Ross, thank you for being here. Enjoy your lunch. I hope that you have a good day. We still got somebody watching. If it's Michelle still around, throw something in the chat. Whomever it is, I'm happy to chat with you guys. Like I said, this is a chance to ask us anything or just chat and hang out. I enjoyed doing it yesterday. Enjoy hanging out with people. So we'll see who else can join us. If Neighborhood Preparedness Network is back, by all means, jump on. Let us know how you're doing. It would be great to see you or talk to you. Maybe one day I'll get the chance to visit Paragold Lodge. We've been here for 57 minutes so far. Like I said, I don't think I'm going to go as long as I did yesterday, but I'll go for a little while. This is the Square and Compass live stream, a chance to talk about Freemasonry. Oh, the old men who were my mentors and friends passed away, and I lost motivation to attend. I'm looking into York Rite or Scottish Rite. So I am a member of Scottish Rite. I'm 18th degree, which I enjoy Scottish Rite. You know, motivation is one of those things where, at least in my opinion or my experience, you know, motivation, you kind of got to fake it a lot of the time. I mean, I was saying I'm so active. I got very, very burnt out on Freemasonry and kind of took a step back. I was lucky that I kind of got burnt out at the same time as Lodge was closing or going dark for the summer. So that gave me a chance to kind of take a step back or two steps back. But I don't know, in my experience, a lot of it is just faking it, right? Until you make it. Because I find my motivation kind of comes and goes. So if I don't feel motivated to attend a lodge, if I don't feel motivated to attend a lodge and then I don't attend, I find the motivation takes longer to come back. Whereas if I force myself to attend, the motivation comes back a lot quicker. At least that's been my experience. There's something called contrary action. I'm curious if I can find it. A guy called Theo Vaughn, who I really like, talks about it. Give me a couple minutes. I'm going to see if I can actually play it. I don't think I'll get copyrighted for it. Let's see. Theo Vaughn. I don't know if you follow comedy, but he's a comedian. But he actually sometimes he talks about some pretty good stuff as well. Oh, here it is. Let's see. Oops. All right. Hold on just one sec. I'm going to see if I can play this. But then, yeah, Neighborhood Preparedness Network. Let me know what you think. If you have any thoughts yourself on this or on motivation, and let me know if maybe other people have been experiencing the same thing, or if you know that other people have been experiencing the same thing. All right. I'm going to give this a shot. I'm going to turn this down a little bit because it can be too loud. All right, I'm gonna hit the play button in a second.
Friends invited me to a hockey game. First hockey game I had a chance to go to. I didn't want to go because something inside of me wants to isolate, but I say, yes, I will go. And I went. And dude, I had a great time. That's contrary action. I learned that from, the program. Because I don't want to do contrary action a lot of times. I want to do it my way. And that's okay. I recognize that pattern doesn't work and I need to develop a new pattern. Last night, some friends invited me to a hockey game.
So yeah, contrary action. Even if you're not motivated, trying to do something. I hear the lodge has an emergency disaster relief crew. I'm not familiar with your lodge in particular and whether it has that, but I know of other lodges that have similar things. They either have, they have crews that will, for example, after an emergency, go out and clean up or try to repair damages. I know lodges that actually act as emergency shelters. So if there's a forest fire or tornado or whatever it is, the lodge building will open its doors and let people stay there while there's the fire, while there's the emergency, even sometimes while there's a like if the God forbid, if somebody loses their home due to an emergency and needs to shelter in place for a time, the lodge will open its doors. So it doesn't surprise me that your lodge may have that. Part of being a Freemason is we care about each other, but we also care about the larger community, which I think is a really important thing. So, I think that's a pretty valuable crew. I'm sure they're probably been in the newspapers, right? If they're heading out into the community and helping out that way. I feel like that might get in the news. Be interested to see any articles or anything about it. And of course, in the meantime, Preparedness Network, if you want to, by all means, I hope you'll consider hitting the like button as well as the subscribe button, because we have a ton of podcast episodes that you might find of interest. Even like we've had a couple with our brothers from Arkansas, including the Most Worshipful Grand Master from Arkansas back in the day, talked about the overalls degree, if I recall correctly. I guess it was a Masonic degree done completely in overalls, which seems like a very Arkansas-esque thing to do. But yeah, keep throwing stuff in the chat. I got plenty of time. I had a great time here yesterday and having a great time here today. I may even do this again tomorrow. Why not? See how many I can do this week. We're having great watch retention, which is really nice. A lot of people are still checking us out. But yeah, like, subscribe, stay in the chat, all of that good stuff. I think the thing about these chats is normally, because when I start, a notification goes out right away, that at the start we tend to get all the people, and then it kind of reduces a little bit as time goes on. But hopefully more people find us. Neighborhood preparedness. If you're still watching this, throw something down in the chat, or if that's Michelle, by all means, throw something down in the chat. It would be great to talk to you. Biggest thing I got to figure out, I think, with my podcast right now is how to increase my lodge, my watch retention, right? I think that's the biggest challenge. So many of my watch retentions look like this. Let me share this, see if you can see it, right? A lot of people tune in, or you have people tuning in and then immediately kind of tuning away on my episodes relatively quickly. That's what that line means, right? It means people stop watching relatively quickly. I'm hoping we can get that changed, get that engagement back up. So I think that's my biggest challenge. If you're watching this is the Square and Compass live stream. We're here to talk about anything you want to talk about. Please leave something in the chat. Let me know where you're from. If you're a Mason, anything you want to talk about in terms of Freemasonry. I think it'd be great to have you guys join, or have you guys join the chat and talk about. Doesn't even have to be about Freemasonry. It can be about anything you want. Yesterday, I ended up chatting with somebody for a long time about professional wrestling. Thank you so much. All right, by all means, go back to work. I don't want to keep you from work or anything, neighborhood, but thank you for joining. Thanks for the thumbs up, the subscription. Anytime, you can get in touch and leave a comment and just let us know what you want to hear us, because what you want to hear talked about, because I'm really happy to I'm always looking for advice and comments and suggestions on topics that my audience wants to see the Square and Compass podcast cover. So please join, or please communicate. I think it would be great to learn what you want me to talk about, and I can research it. I'm definitely going to research the emergency disaster and relief crew at Paragold Lodge 368 in Arkansas. Thank you for sharing that information with me, because I think that's really cool to know that there's a lodge that does that. So it's much, much appreciated. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the subscription. By all means, go back to work. This is the Square and Compass live stream. Please take a moment, if you're joining us, to throw something down in the chat. Let me know. I would like to know what other lodges are doing to help their community. Okay. Well, yeah, so I have actually done a few podcasts about that. England, for example, United Kingdom, the Grand Lodge of England, or UGLE, has some pretty impressive charitable endeavors. So does California, including they have some connections and some partnerships with the local sports teams. There's some Masons that operate a radio network that hires particularly individuals with, from what I understand, different types of disabilities. There's food banks. So there's a ton of lodges doing some pretty impressive work in the community, and I'll see if I can share some of those. Thank you for the suggestion. I'm just gonna hang out here and keep watching for a little bit longer. Maybe I'll go till 1:30. I'll see if anybody else can join. Thank you to everybody who left a chat so far or joined the chat. So it's still got a bit of time. See if anybody wants to jump in the chat still. Like I said, I got plenty of time. I got some work to do. I'm releasing a new episode tonight, which I'm excited about. But maybe this will give me a little bit of time to have some more fun. See if anybody else wants to join. In the meantime, I'll send some more invitations via send some more invitations on Twitter while I wait to see if anybody else wants to join the chat. I think I got to work on my whatchamacallit, my thumbnails. Let me know if you guys do more contact Screen Compass more through Medium, more through Medium, or more through the YouTube channel, or both, or either, or neither, or social media. It's been great to see the lodge growing. So some of our stuff in social media, for example, growing, which is much, much appreciated. Oh, here it is. I'm just going to share this. Da, 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 da. Still hanging out on the live. Oh, still hanging out on the Square and Compass Promotions live chat. If you're joining us, this is a chance to just hang out and chat and talk about Freemasonry, talk about different areas of discussion. So by all means, throw something down in the chat. Let us know where you're from, if you're a Mason, you want to talk about, all of that good stuff. We just want to chat and hang out. We had some great discussion earlier about the role of the secretary, about the role of Masonic lodges, people joining them, the age at which somebody can join. So that's a lot of fun. And that's kind of the stuff that I really enjoy talking about. So I hope that everybody will stick around and join when you jump in, join the live chat and let us know how you're doing and what you want to talk about. Got so many tabs open. I've still got so much work to do the rest of the day as well. Here it is. Currently doing some stuff on Twitter while I wait to see if anybody else can join. And people can leave a like, subscription, all that good stuff you haven't done so. It would be much, much appreciated. Today is Sunday, right? A lot of places on Sunday, especially, you can share your link. So let's see. Welcome to the Square and Compass live stream. If you are joining us, we are here to just chat and talk about anything people want to talk about in terms of Freemasonry. Doesn't even have to be about Freemasonry necessarily. It can be about the podcast. But I hope that everybody will take a few minutes to join and let us know how things are going and what you're thinking about. And if you want to chat about any questions, comments, concerns you have, by all means, hope you'll join. And where you're finding the podcast from, that is really important as well. We had a really great chat. You can go back and see some of the discussion on the chat. So yeah, I hope that you guys will still stick around. I figured, why not hang out for a little bit longer, This is the Square and Compass live stream. Once again, talking about Freemasonry. Anybody wants to join, throw something in the chat. I'll stick around for a bit longer. There's no rush. There's no rush. Never any rush. Never any rush at all. Oops. I really want to go see Alien Romulus soon. That's kind of my goal. That is my goal, is to see Alien Romulus. I'm hoping other people, maybe if you're joining the chat, let me know what you thought of it. That could be kind of fun. I'm going to take a few minutes to respond in the chat. Let me know how you're doing, what you want to talk about. I think that would be much, much appreciated. Hopefully, you can get more. I feel like this thing is not working right, by the way. Analytics. Views are still at 16. Let's see what's happening in the world of Medium. Oh, there it is. One thing I'm wondering is when I should start paywalling my Medium stories. If anybody is on Medium or has any ideas about that, let me know. Because I tend not to do that. And I think, well, it's hard because I don't get a lot of members reading my stuff, which is annoying. Done. Why you should turn your blog? I don't really blog a lot, but it might be interesting to see trying to turn my blog into a podcast. If you're joining us, hope you leave a like, comment, and subscribe, all that good stuff. Leave something in the chat. It would be much, much appreciated. The chat is there for you, so leave something in, and I'll see if I can respond to it. I am hoping I can get a few more subscribers doing this. I've had some pretty great growth, but a little bit more I wouldn't mind. Recently, anyways, ever since I've started doing this podcast, I've been happy with the growth I've been getting. It's kind of growing a fair bit, which is nice to see. Just kind of going on a following spree right now on Twitter, or X as it's called, because I'm trying to increase the social media. Oh, I didn't realize I didn't have Martin Fox on there. So I think that might be worth it. Welcome to the Square and Compass live stream. Throw something down in the chat. Let us know what you want to talk about. This is an Ask Us Anything type of stream. So anything you want to talk about, we're happy to do so. We had a great chat today. We had a great chat yesterday as well. So yeah, throw something in the chat if you want to talk. I'll probably stay on for, I'm not sure how much longer. It's been a long live stream today and a long live stream yesterday, but I still think it's worth sticking around and trying this out. I'm looking forward to the 12th annual festive board, which we're going to be, or the episode on the 12th annual festive board, which I'm going to be showing today at 6 p.m. That's when it's going to be released. Hope that you'll check it out. I'm going to stick around for, like I said, a little while longer. We're getting some, we got some pretty decent watch time, especially at the start. We had so many people joining. Hoping we can get some really good watch time tonight on our video as well. Nice to see people finding the past podcast episodes. It's really funny. My stuff on Assassin's Creed did well. Maybe I'm going to see if that's going to help other people find it. Let's see. Oops. Give me 1 second. Oops. Square and Compass, Assassin's Creed. Let's see. The old Wednesday information video I did, which is a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. Oops. All right. I'm going to go full screen. Maybe not. All right, now I'm going to go back here and I'm going to share. And I'm going to make it bigger. Maybe. Okay, let's see if I can hit the play button. It's only a minute 26, but this seems to be something people like to watch. So hit. All right. If anybody knows how to get in touch with Ubisoft, who makes Assassin's Creed, let me know, because that's my goal, is to get them on the podcast. You go stick around for maybe till 2 hours in, see if anybody else can make it still. Still got plenty of time. I may do this again tomorrow. Why not? Welcome to the Square and Compass podcast live stream. Here talking about anything people want to talk about, particularly Freemasonry, any questions you have, but it doesn't just have to be about Freemasonry per se. It can be about the Square and Compass podcast. It can be about Freemasonry and podcast in general. So yeah, if you get the chance and you want to chat, leave something in the chat. Let us know what you want to talk about. We got all the time in the world. Maybe what I'll do is I'll share information about new article I just wrote for Medium, which I really enjoyed. Actually, I wonder. I'm going to see if I can invite some people on. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. See if I can find it now. Where is this thing here? Here it is. Here it is. Excuse me. Still at. A few people have joined over the. Few people have joined since we started. It's kind of fallen off quite a bit, but I hope that everybody will still take a few minutes and see about joining. Let me see if I can invite some more people on the Facebook. What I've been finding is it's at the start that this seems to be really, really big, and then it kind of dies out super quickly. Holy cow, I'm just looking at my my Facebook. 5 years ago, I was in Bay City, Michigan for some wrestling. I miss Bay City quite a bit. That was a really, really cool spot. A really, really cool city. So I'm hoping to go back. Oh, actually, see if my buddy. think I got the live stream wrong. Let's try this again. How do I invite people to this thing now? Let's see if I can figure this out. I'm definitely not very good at computers. I got to get better at this stuff. Welcome to the Square and Compass live stream. If you're watching this, this is a chance to talk all about Freemasonry and anything we want to talk about related to it, or just to hang out and chat. So by all means, throw something down in the chat, leave a like, subscribe, all that good stuff. But mostly, let's just chat, see what's going on. I think it's a chance for us to kind of have fun. If you want to talk about, it doesn't even have to be about Freemasonry per se. Yesterday, we ended up having a live stream and we talked all about, ended up talking about professional wrestling for like 3 hours, which is fine with me because I love professional wrestling. So I was more than happy to talk about that. I'd say in terms of my favorite things, it goes in no particular order. But it goes Freemasonry first. That's the most important thing. It goes Freemasonry first, followed by Freemasonry first, followed by professional wrestling, followed by maybe scary movies, or scary movies and professional wrestling might actually be tied in terms of things I love. So if you want, I'm happy to talk about any of that stuff with you guys. Like I said, just leave something in the chat. Let me know what you want to talk about. Because I figure I'll stick around for a little bit. And I love chatting with you guys and hearing what you guys are thinking about. So we got some time. Throw something down there in the chat. What I may do also is I could always just maybe share the screen and share some of what I've been working on in terms of Freemasonry and the Square and Compass Promotions podcast. We've had some great episodes recently. We have an episode being released today at 6 p.m. Eastern, which is going to be all about Lexington, Kentucky, and the upcoming festive board and the upcoming festive board and conference that they're holding the 27th, 28th, and 29th. So that's something I was excited to share. We'll see who else can make it. We got plenty of time. I'm wondering if maybe I can get at least over 20 views on this one particular chat. If you're joining us, welcome to the Square and Compass podcast live stream. Great to have you here. Leave a chat. Let me know if you're watching, where you're watching from, and anything you want to talk about. Like I said, the goal of this is kind of to talk about Freemasonry, but I'm happy to talk about anything else as well, just to hang out. Yesterday, we ended up spending like an hour or so talking about professional wrestling. In terms of my loves, I think it goes, I've said this before, right? I think it goes Freemasonry's first, followed by professional wrestling and horror movies. Or those two things might be tied. So maybe if you've seen a scary movie lately, let me know for any good ones. That might be kind of fun as well. Trying to see the combination right now. Just looking at my YouTube stats, checking out how we're doing in terms of new viewers versus returning viewers. I'm hoping I can start to get some more viewers returning regularly, as opposed to kind of cycling through new viewers. Trying, by the way, to exercise a lot more lately, so that's been kind of fun. Ooh. Oops. All right, let's see if I can do it this way. Oh, it's not dance. Might you be online at the moment? I don't see him anywhere. Da, da, da. Just threw this in there so you could come and say hi. Let's see what other fun messages I got. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see how Dave's doing. There we go. Let's see. Give myself another, 10 minutes or so? Not that this hasn't been a lot of fun, but maybe some more people will show up. Not quite ready to give up yet. Though I do wish I got more coffee this morning because I love coffee and I definitely feel like I need it at the moment. Oh, we got 20 views, 3.3 hours, so 2 hours ahead. And that's just for that. That's not counting potentially not counting potentially any views or hours of views from tonight. Anybody watching this, by all means, throw something down in the chat. This is an ask me anything type of live stream. So if nobody's asking me anything, there's not a lot I can talk about. So by all means, throw something down in the chat. Let me know what's going on. It's my chance to talk to you guys, my chance to talk to my audience, which I always really do appreciate quite a bit. I sent a few messages out to people just saying if they want to join, they're more than welcome. So hopefully we'll get to see them join soon. Because I would really, really appreciate the interaction. This is the Square and Compass podcast live stream. Welcome. Please leave any questions you have in the chat. This was my chance to just hang out and talk to my audience. You can see the chat replay, so you get a chance to see everything that people have been talking about and what's going on. Hope you can join us. Welcome to the Square and Compass live stream. This is a chance to talk about anything we want to talk about in terms of, doesn't just have to be masonry. It's just a chance to chat and hang out and get to know each other. So throw something down in the chat, where you're from, if you're a Mason, anything you want to talk about. Yesterday, I was saying this before, we ended up talking for like an hour about professional wrestling, including Freemasons who are professional wrestlers. But I love talking about all sorts of things, and this is a chance for me to get to know my Square and Compass audience a little bit better. So hopefully it'd be great to see you guys leave something in the chat and let me know what you want to talk about. It's kind of hard to do a live stream Ask Me Anything if I don't get more, or a live stream chat if I don't get any chats don't get any chats to respond to. But I love talking about Freemasonry. It's one of my favorite things in the world to talk about. And so hopefully, throw something in the chat. You can see kind of what we were talking about if you replay the chat, and some of the topics we discussed, but you don't have to go off of those topics. You can talk about anything that you want to talk about. Even, if you're responding to this, if you found this through your YouTube feed, if you found this through your live stream, like how it is that you came about to find this live stream would be really, really helpful to know, because that's kind of how I know. That's how I know kind of where to direct my advertising or my promotions. Is it mostly on social media? That type of thing. So I would appreciate it if you guys would throw something in the chat. I mean, I can share what's happening with Freemasonry right now, or not even with Freemasonry. I can share what's happening with Square and Compass Promotions. I can't speak for all of Freemasonry, but I can speak for what Square and Compass Promotions is doing, which is we have an episode being released today at 6 p.m., another podcast episode. That is going to be about the Lexington Rubicon Society in Lexington, Kentucky, their upcoming Masonic conference, as well as their festive board. That takes place September 28th and 29th in Lexington, Kentucky, at the beautiful Spindletop Hall. I got to attend the event last year. I know it was incredible. This is its 12th year. So check out that episode today at 6 p.m. Eastern. Also, I just released Square and Compass Promotions just released a article or a Medium story called Unreasonable Freemasonry. And that's based on the concept of unreasonable hospitality, which has been featured in maybe my favorite TV show right now. The top 10 for sure. It's probably my favorite TV show right now. And I think top 10 TV show of all time, called The Bear. But Unreasonable Hospitality is all about, it was written by a gentleman called Will Guadera. He was the owner of a restaurant in New York, which was named the best restaurant in the world. And what he says is, he talks about how he received, or his restaurant received, that designation based on not just a major focus on the food that it was serving, the restaurant was serving, but also a focus on service altogether and the service that the customers were receiving. Particularly, he went out of his way to, provide extra personal touches, such as he overheard customers in the dining room talking about their trip to New York and how they'd done everything they wanted to do except for trying a New York City hot dog. And so he actually went out, spent $2 to purchase a hot dog at a street vendor cart, and then served it up, on a fancy way, because it was a Michelin star restaurant, fancy diner. Served it up in a fancy way in order to, and served it to them. And he said, that $2 hot dog probably meant more to them than a $500 bottle of champagne would have. And so it was all about going the extra mile and being exacting in trying to provide the best level of service that he possibly could. And then that got me thinking, in Freemasonry, can we do the same thing? Can we act in a manner that is just to give unreasonable hospitality, can we as Freemasons practice unreasonable Freemasonry and promote the same type of hospitality and care for our lodges, for our brothers, for our communities, for visiting Masons? So I've got the book on order. I can't wait to read it. In the meantime, my focus has been on researching and reviewing a lot of his actual YouTube videos and interviews and TED Talks, his website. I signed up for his newsletter. I think it's called Pre-Meal, if I recall correctly, and all about trying to gather his insights and see how those can be applied. So I wrote about that in Medium, on our Medium page, and I'm hoping guys are checking that out and reading and responding to it as well. If you're watching this, throw something down in the chat. That's kind of what I'm doing this for, is to interact. We got a couple people watching. What I'm kind of doing this for is the chance to interact with people and get to know what they think about Square and Compass promotions, what they think about Freemasonry, what concerns they have, what they want to talk about, right? I think that to me is the key of this whole thing. It's about interaction with the audience more so than anything else. Let me know how you came about to find us. Did you find us by searching on, did this pop up in your news feed? Did you receive an invitation from me? Did you find us on social media? Knowing how people are finding us is really important in terms of, I think, knowing where to target my efforts at promotion, and maybe that can even come in handy in terms of where to target my promotion, where Freemasonry can target its promotion, right? Where are people finding information? I feel like it's probably mostly through social media. I'm just going to put down welcome in the chat, see if that encourages some people to maybe make some comments in the chat. Let me know how they're doing, what they want to talk about, all that good stuff. And as Cody Rhodes says, what do you want to talk about? Let's see if I can invite some more people. Maybe they want to join. Then I think I'm going to do this again tomorrow, maybe. Who knows? It was fun doing it yesterday. It's been kind of fun doing it today. There are some people who have to do all sorts of work for a living. I get to do this stuff, and so it's fun. If that's where do we got Nick getting in touch with Nicholas, see if he wants to join. Excuse me, as I cough into the microphone. Luckily, you can't get germs over the internet, although who knows nowadays. I'm seeing a lot of stuff doing really well lately on Twitter, which is great to see. Let me know if you follow us on Twitter, or X as it's called now. They'll always call it Twitter, I think. I've been trying to improve my social media output. I've also been really trying to improve my output when it comes to my website, Square and Compass Promotions website, I should say in particular, which I never really focus on that much. I feel like I should focus more on it than I do. Oh, it says here, I'm wondering, so if Nicholas is watching right now, it says for some reason it's not allowing him to do that, which it should. There should be something that says live chat underneath the video. Like, let me see if I can pull something up quickly. Yeah, it should say, let's see if I can find it. Yeah, like, all right, I'm going to put this next to the thing. Let's see. Yeah, so like, whoa. There's the live chat there. There's a chat there, and then live chat's on the bottom here. It's usually beneath the screen. I don't know if it's maybe your phone. Well, what you can do is, if you want, and you have any questions, you can leave it on the send me a message through Facebook, and I'll see if I can respond that way. I'm not sure why Nicholas wasn't able to do that. Maybe try refreshing. See if that works. Not that I don't appreciate the efforts. Let's see. Hi, everyone. Have Cameron talk about the. So that's the message I got from my good buddy Nicholas. So hopefully, at the very least, let's see. Give me 1 second. The friend Nicholas wants me to talk about the paranormal. Actually, we did a podcast with him about the paranormal and the supernatural. And then we also did a podcast with some brothers out of WPA, out of the Johnstown Masonic Temple in Johnstown, Pennsylvania. They run what's called WPA Case, the Supernatural Paranormal Expo, which is a free event, open to the public, held over 2 days at the Johnstown Masonic Temple, which I hope to attend myself. That's my goal. And so I think it's going to be a really special event. There are a ton of really great scary movies. There are a ton of really great paranormal and supernatural ghost stories and haunting stories that take place in that take place in Masonic temples. So the chance to share those, I think, is really cool. Let me know if you have any cool ghost stories. That could be a fun thing to talk about. Oh, I think maybe Nicholas has once again joined us. Or somebody's joined us anyways. Welcome to our live stream. My good buddy, who is a paranormal investigator himself, he left me a message. He's watching. For some reason, he can't take part in the chat, but he wanted me to talk about the paranormal. I'm also guessing that one thing he'd want me to say is, so let me see if I can find it again, is to stay away. If you are a paranormal investigator, I'll just do this as a PSA for my good buddy. If you're a paranormal investigator, stay away from the Conjuring House, which I guess has been known as kind of like a scamming house as of late. If it is Nicholas watching and you can't leave the information in the chat, by all means, leave information. Shoot me off the information again on Facebook, and I'll see if I can let people know. So he has said, "Hi everyone, have Cameron talk about paranormal." Like I said, I did a podcast with Nicholas, who operates Canadian Paranormal Trackers, and has done 2 paranormal investigations at the Windsor Masonic Temple, both of which, by the way, were so much. I had such a good time with them. I was saying it felt kind of like a really fun sleepover because, what we did is we kind of spent the night at the Windsor Masonic Temple. I made sure we had lots and lots of coffee, which was the most important thing, but also lots of snacks in general, lots of food that was not good for you. But that made it more fun, and we kind of set up our home base in the upstairs refreshment area. And then we would go investigate different parts of the building, come back to the refreshment area, go back down, go back up. And we did that for the whole night. The first time we did it, it was on a Thursday, which was not a good idea because I had to go to work on Friday. So I was absolutely exhausted at work the next day. Second time, at least, I think we did on a weekend, Friday over Saturday. But both days were a blast and a lot of fun. And I hope to do it again. If Nicholas was on the chat, hopefully he could tell us all the things he found, because he found a lot of really, really cool stuff. And I will make sure maybe after this, when I edit this video, what I'll make sure to do is post a link to our podcast episode, because it was really good. And then recently I did a interview with 2 Masons out of Johnstown, Pennsylvania, which is somewhere around Pittsburgh. They are holding a supernatural expo with Bigfoot investigators, with ghost hunters, with all sorts of people. They're doing that investigation they've done 2 paranormal investigations, They're having an expo talking about all of the supernatural and the spooky, September 28th and 29th, if I recall correctly. I plan to be there for it. I think that they even live streamed their paranormal investigation. There are so many Masonic temples that have ghost stories or supernatural stories or paranormal stories, which makes sense. I mean, Masonic buildings are older. They usually date to around the 1920s. That was kind of when the majority of the grand, quote unquote, Masonic temples were built. Not all of them are still owned, unfortunately, by Masons. A lot of them got sold, which I think is really unfortunate, but they're still, they still have the name Masonic Temple on them, for example. Or they were, like I said, they were built by the Masons. And so as a result, a lot of them end up over the years developing really cool ghost stories, including my home base, the place I love, the Windsor Masonic Temple. So yeah, thank you to Canadian Paranormal Trackers for the investigations that you did, which were an incredibly fun time. And I think, hopefully one day Freemasons can leverage these paranormal investigations financially, right? Like hold ghost tours of the building. A lot of cities have haunted walks, especially around Halloween. We at the Windsor Masonic Temple actually did a Halloween event at the Windsor Masonic Temple, and it was a blast. It was super well attended. We did two. So, I think that would be a lot of fun and something worth exploring. Just writing something in the chat. I'm not sure if it says some people were having trouble. Not sure why. I just put something down in the chat, so I'm hoping people will see it. We got a couple of people watching, which is wonderful to see. Leave something in the chat. Let me know how you're doing. Anything that you guys want to talk about. In the meantime, if you could make sure to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you're not subscribed, all of that good stuff that kind of helps these live streams get out to more people. Because without that, it makes it very hard to. Yeah, it's important that people see it. Oh, I believe we may have. Okay, so I'm going to put this in the chat because I got another message from Nicholas about people interested in joining. So give me 1 second. Let me know also you can hear us, all that stuff, if it sounds good. Let's see. All right, Nicholas, hope you don't mind, but I'm putting this in the chat. Oops. So as Nicholas says, Control V. If anyone is interested in joining the Canadian Paranormal Trackers, contact Nicholas at cpttrackers554@gmail.com, looking for serious and committed people. Why not give it a shot, right? How many people get the chance to say that they joined, they got to join a paranormal investigation, I'm just going to try something. Because it's too bad that Nicholas can't live stream. I'm just going to see if it lets me chat from a different YouTube account, from my personal account. See if the problem's on my end or not. I see we got a couple people watching, so let's see. Yeah, no, I think, let's see. Yeah, so I'm not sure. Uh, Welcome to, though, the Square and Compass podcast live stream. Like I was saying, this is a chance to chat, talk about whatever we want to talk about. Talk about the paranormal, as we're doing now, and Masonic ghost stories, which there are so many. I think that adds a lot of fun to it, you know. This is kind of like an ask me anything situation. Um, so feel free to ask me anything. Throw your stuff down in the chat. Anything you want to talk about. We've been getting some really good feedback. A lot of people seem interested. People coming and going. We started with the most people. When we started this stream, we had a lot of people coming and going. Now it's less, but hopefully we can make it more again as we go. Got a couple of people watching right now, which is much appreciated. Let's see. We got a question from Nicholas. Any questions from the viewers about the paranormal? So far, no. I'm not sure. He said, I'm hoping you can find a way to respond on the chat, because that would make it easier. But so far, no. Don't have a ton of people watching right now, but we still got time. Let me ask you a question. When did you, even though we got our podcast and everything, when did you start or become interested in the paranormal? I wonder if we can do it like this. Let me see if I can actually share our chat so more people can hear what we're talking about. How do I do this? I'm going to go to Messenger, I think. And then, oh, we're getting a response from, looks like Nicholas is typing some stuff. So let's see. I'll wait for Nicholas to answer, but I'm wondering if I can even maybe share our screen so it's a little bit more interactive. But yeah, let me know, Nicholas. When did you first become interested in the paranormal? And while you're answering that, I'm going to take a break for a couple minutes. I have to run to the washroom like crazy, but don't go anywhere. I'll be back. In the meantime, to keep you guys occupied, here we go. Check out my good friend. He is going to run the podcast or run the live stream for me for a couple minutes. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Let's see if we got any messages from Nicholas. Okay, about 10 years ago, he wanted to help people find answers about the paranormal. All right, Nicholas, if you're still watching, so you say about 10 years ago. How many investigations have you done in the last 10 years? Thereabouts. I know at least a couple for sure. But how many paranormal investigations have you done altogether? You can let us know in the, again, if you can figure out how to use the chat, great. If not, keep talking to me through Messenger, and I will be happy to relay your answers. Oh, looks like he's typing now. I'm going to turn off the fan. I feel like there's a lot of background noise. Give me 1 second. There we go. I'm back. Okay, so you did 5 investigations. Of those 5, are there any that particularly stand out to you in terms of your paranormal investigations? I know you did at least 2 of those at the Windsor Masonic Temple, which is really cool. Where else did you go, and what else stands out to you? Oh, and he is typing. So oh, Dominion House and Walkerville Theater. I'm sure that both of those things stick out to you quite a bit. What would you say is the well, actually, you've been talking to me about this for a while. Let me know. You see people to avoid the and a friend's house. Okay. Can you let me know in like what it is about the Conjuring House and why paranormal investigators should avoid it? Because you've been talking about that for a while, telling me to tell people that they should be avoiding it. So let me know why, what it is about that people should be avoiding. Let's see if we got an answer. Oh, he's typing. That's the nice thing about Facebook Messenger, at least. You can see people when they type or that they are typing. Though it's always funny when you see them, you see the little bubble pop up and with the 3 dots, so you know they're typing, but then they don't actually say anything. And so that's funny because then it's like you want to write something and change their mind. Okay, so the new owner is causing trouble for investigators and lying about the people that worked for her. Well, yes, that would be a good reason to avoid it. What would you say are the what would you say are the most important characteristics or attributes for a paranormal investigator? What do you think you need to have to be good at paranormal investigation? Oh, before we go on to that one, okay, so I guess that the owners have been stealing money from people's accounts. So that is a good reason to avoid that house. We don't want to encourage kind of crummy behavior, that's for sure. Definitely don't want to encourage stealing as well. Okay. The most important characteristics for a paranormal investigator would be, oh, thought we had it here, a lot of studying and research. So when you say that, are you talking about studying and researching in particular the places that you're investigating, or more in general about paranormal investigations and paranormal investigators, or both, right? Like when you're going to a site, are you studying the history of the site that you're investigating, as well as the just general ghost investigations and supernatural study and research? And how much time have you spent on both? You know what? I feel like this would be better if I shared the screen. So that's what I'm going to do. Hold on just 1 second. Well, maybe what I can do actually is pop it out somehow. There we go. And then what I can do is Windows, screen share. Okay, so I think that's working. So, but I'm kind of in the way at the very bottom. Yeah, I'm not going to share, but we'll just keep talking this way. So before you is, here it is. Okay, so a lot of studying and research before you get into the paranormal field, which I guess makes sense. You want to make sure that you're well researched. What would you suggest? What are some good books or some good videos, or what type of things should people research before they get into the paranormal field? What did you research before you got into the paranormal field? Any really good suggestions? I know that one thing you and I both love is the supernatural and spooky things and paranormal things. So, okay, so online mostly. There's probably a lot of really good paranormal investigative research online. Although I suppose you'd have to be careful, right? Like, you'd have to be careful that you're not just that you find the right stuff, right? Because I guess it's like Freemasonry, right? One of the dangers of Freemasonry is there's a lot of stuff online, but a lot of it is not true, or full of scammers. So, any recommendations, Nicholas, as to how you make sure you find the right stuff and reputable stuff, and you're not just ending up with kind of scam artists or people with maybe some false information? By all means, throw that down in the chat if you can, or we're communicating through Messenger right now, so let me know. Oh, we're getting a response. We got a couple people in the audience right now. throw something down in the chat if you can. Let me know what's going on, what you want to talk about. Right now, I'm talking to my buddy Nicholas. He's a paranormal investigator, asking questions about paranormal investigations. But the chat is open to everybody. At least I hope it is. Some people were telling me they're having a hard time using the chat. I'm not sure why. Hopefully, we get that resolved. Let me just try to Google some stuff quickly. YouTube live chat not working. Let's see, not working. Oh, here it is. Why can't I chat? Maybe this will tell us. Looks like there's a way to do it if you just kind of like swipe. Let me just see what you said. Oh, for the equipment, you will have to go on the site, like go shop and read all about the equipment. You had some pretty cool equipment when we did the paranormal investigation in Windsor. Can you let me know what type of equipment that you have, or what your favorite piece of equipment is, or even equipment that you're looking to get, maybe with some financial support? Throw that in the chat as well, or through Facebook. So we have somebody else joining us as well. So if you can, leave some information on the chat. Let us know how you're doing, what's going on, anything you want to talk about. That's kind of what we're here for, just a chance to hang out and chill for a little bit. And I'm hoping that if you are new, you can hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, all those things that actually help these podcasts get found. Because that's really important in terms of reach, which I'm trying to get a better reach lately. So yeah, Nicholas, if you're still there, and you can let us know about the so his equipment is spirit box, recorders, meters. What's SLS? That's something he mentioned that is a piece of his equipment, but I don't know what SLS means. And is there like a special type of recorder, or is there almost any type of recorder that you can use that you find helps? We'll give him a second to answer. To anybody watching this, welcome. Hopefully you're able to use the chat. Let me know in the comments or in the chat anything you want to talk about. It's kind of a chance for everybody to hang out and talk about Freemasonry and all the fun of that. I'm having a really good conversation with my buddy Nicholas right now. It's where you can see an entity on screen in stick. So that's SLS. Recorders, no. Digital recorders are the best are the best. So you prefer digital to analog? You're an old school that way. Is there any ideas as to why that might be? What is it about you think digital that makes it work better? I do find often, in my experience, usually digital is better, but sometimes digital can break easier too, which I think is one of the issues, right? I think sometimes old school can be best, but it sounds like, do you think that digital works better because of the paranormal nature of what you guys are checking out? Something about digital that works better, picks up more things. Oh, let's see. Correct. It is better. I mean, I feel like that equipment can probably be pretty expensive as well, right? Like, I'm guessing being a ghost investigator or a paranormal investigator, I should say, is not cheap necessarily between the equipment and also the time and effort you're putting into it. Um, probably adds up over time. I will be back in a second. I'm going to run and grab a drink. I'm not going anywhere though. Be back in a couple. We'll keep talking. All right, and I'm back. All right. If you could investigate any location in the world, to Nicholas, where would you investigate? It can be anywhere. Money's no issue, et cetera, et cetera. Any ideas as to where you'd want to go? And you can also say not just where you'd want to go, but why you'd want to go there. Oh, Kingston Penitentiary. Okay, so that's not too far away, really. That's like 6 hour drive. Is that a place? Do they have a lot of stories there about the paranormal and paranormal investigations? So I'm guessing then, yeah, there's going to be a lot of ghost ghost stories there. The How many people would you say? Because we talked about this above. How many people do you think you need for an effective paranormal investigative team? Because I feel like if you have too many people, it can get unwieldy and hard to manage, but too few is not good either. So, do you have any ideas as to numbers? How many people you think would work? team of 8. Okay. So, I mean, I guess that means 7 plus you. Why 8? Why do you think that works so well? Because I think when we did the investigation, we had 5, right? 5 or 6, if you count me. But I guess I wasn't really on the team. I was just assistant. I was just helping you guys out, giving you food and things like that. What is the smallest number of what is the smallest team that you'd be comfortable going in with in terms of paranormal investigation? Would you ever do anything by yourself, or do you think that would be too dangerous? Never too dangerous. Yeah, probably makes sense. Do you think you'd go in with a couple of people, or do you think that would be too dangerous as well? Like, is there a quote unquote minimum of number that you would consider doing an investigation with? Quote unquote, I guess all of them are dangerous by nature, right, to a certain extent. But I'm guessing there's a number at which it becomes more scary type of thing. Four would be safer. Okay, because I think that's the number you had in Windsor, right? 4 or 5. Like, I guess if you count me, 5, and then I know Michelle stopped by, so that would be 6. But he stopped by for a couple. What is, in your opinion, the best part about being a paranormal investigator? What is the part that you enjoy the most? Okay, so 6 people in Windsor. I was trying to remember. I know I got some pictures of it, which I should probably look up again, because there was so much. There was so much. It was a lot of fun. I look back very fondly upon our investigations. Very happy that I got to meet you and made a good friend. Collecting evidence. So that's your favorite part of it, is collecting the evidence, which makes sense, right? Because, like you said, you wanted to understand the paranormal and educate other people about the paranormal. So it does make sense to me then that collecting evidence is how you do that, right? What is your least favorite part about being a paranormal investigator? Which I think is probably just as important a question. Getting possessed, so you've never been possessed, but I'm guessing you've heard stories from other investigators. I feel like that would probably suck quite a bit. So yeah, that sounds fair to me. Do you know anybody personally who's been possessed, or Um, I know that you've obviously, as you said, right, you've heard stories, I'm sure, in your investigations of people being possessed. So, well, I'm glad. I would not want to be possessed or know anybody who's been possessed myself. So I'm glad about that. Let me switch tracks for a second. Let me ask you, because you and I both love the same things, including scary movies. And I know you also like Hallmark Christmas movies. What's the last couple movies you saw, and would you recommend them? Because my list right now is Alien Romulus, which I really, really want to see. But I think I might wait till it comes out on home video. Oh, question for me. All right, I'll take it. Just give me one sec. I'm just sending something off. We should have a meet. I mean, it's not up to me because I mean, I can just make the suggestion. Uh, or, I mean, I can see if I can organize something through my lodge in October, actually, or actually November would probably be when we do it. But yeah, maybe I think I might be able to organize something through my lodge in November, uh, if that would work for you. Just give me a couple weeks to see. I mean, it might be fun. Well, even if we did it through a I can't think what it's called now, through like a Halloween type of event, where if we have a Halloween event, we can have, and as part of it, it can be and meet with a paranormal investigator, and you can have your equipment, which I think we did before, to be honest. Didn't we do a thing before where we had a Halloween event and then people can meet you and see your equipment and stuff? Um, I could be mistaken, but I think we did that, the one I organized, which actually you helped set up. So thank you for that, by the way. Um, but yeah, no, that would be great. But don't just do it at the temple. There's plenty of places you could do it at. I think I don't know if you have a passport and you're able. Pennsylvania is having their big events, so there's always something. It seems like. Okay, so no, so I could have swore we did. This was before the pandemic. This was when we set up the oh my god, we set up the graveyard. I don't know if you recall. We did a lot of really fun stuff at it. I know you were there helping out. I think we got a picture of you helping us decorate. Um, but we can do something for sure. I'm thinking maybe I can set it up as a talk at our official visit. I don't know. I'm just thinking. I'm just kind of spitballing right now. but I think that would be a lot of fun. What would you say is, like, to your knowledge, do a lot of paranormal investigators do public speaking, and how much do they do it? Is it like a part of their business? They do it for education? Combination of both, I'm assuming. I will let you know for sure. I think that would be a lot of fun to have you taking part in something like that. Yes, they do, and for both reasons. Okay, makes sense. And also, um, what's it called? Kind of like promotion as well, like publicity. Get your name out there, people see you, all that stuff. It can only help. What would you say is so? You missed it though. I was switching topics a bit. Seen any good movies lately, and what's your favorite one that you've seen so far, or that you'd recommend? Because you and I think, have the same taste in movies. Correct. Yes, I agree. I think it makes sense to me that you'd have there'd be both valid reasons to take part. I also would like to see the new Alien film. I've heard mixed things about it. Some people have told me that it's really great. Some people have on Facebook and stuff have said it's really terrible. I don't know if you've heard anything, but let me know if you have, because it's on my list, and I think it'd be a lot of fun to check it out. What's your favorite Alien film of them all? Right? There's, you can even count the Alien versus Predator ones in there if you want. So there's what, Alien, Aliens, Alien 3, uh, Alien Resurrection, Alien versus Predator, Alien versus Predator Requiem, Prometheus, uh, Alien Covenant, I guess. Alien 1 and 2. Oh, but you got to pick one of the two. See, I prefer Alien 1 because I think it's more of a horror movie, right? And I do really like scary movies. And so I appreciate it. Whereas Alien 2, Aliens, I should say, was more of a like action movie. But that was true for so many of those movies back in the day, right? Like Terminator was a horror movie, Terminator 2 was an action movie. Alien was a horror movie, Aliens 2 was an action movie. RoboCop was a horror movie, RoboCop 2 was more of an action movie. I feel like that was such a common thing in the 80s. Okay, one. So you and me, we're on the same page. What'd you think of Alien Resurrection? Because I feel like that's one of those movies that like doesn't get the doesn't get the respect it deserves. I actually think it was a pretty good film altogether. I think it gets kind of really underappreciated myself, you know? Like, I know it's not perfect, it's got some problems and some issues, but I think it's fun for what it is. It was good, and I have all the movies. Yeah, that's right. I think you brought some over to my place once upon a time to hang out and watch. So does that include the Alien versus Predator movies? Because those ones always get kind of a weird reaction, right? I kind of like them. I like AVP Requiem, I think it was the second one, the one that takes place in suburban, because it feels like a slashing movie as well, right? Or a slasher film. Um, so I like movies that take place in the suburbs. I like scary movies that take place in the suburbs. So of course I like Aliens versus Predator, um, Requiem. I think I'm gonna look this up because why not? Going to Wikipedia. I'm going to Wikipedia. All right, here we go. AVP. Alien versus Predator, Requiem. So it's a direct sequel to Aliens versus Predator. So yes, it was the second one. Sixth film in the Alien franchise, fourth film in the Predator franchise. Yes, so it does take place in small town in Colorado somewhere. Gunnison, Colorado. There's going to be a third Alien versus Predator. What do you think that one's going to be like? I'd be really interested in that one in terms of how would they tie it in with Alien Romulus? Um, or would they make it its own standalone? Would it make it its own standalone kind of film? I would be very curious and very interested to see that. Oh, apparently though, this poor movie got 12% um, on Rotten Tomato. Well, so the movie wasn't well liked by critics, but I thought it was all right. I thought it was a neat way to take. It felt like it was taking it back to its horror roots. That's also true, by the way, in some ways. Of we talked about how even with Predator, it was like the first movie was a horror film. The second one, I think, was also kind of a horror film, but it was a horror film and an action film at the same time. There's a question: what's your favorite Predator movie of them all? Because I really think I would go with Predator. The second one, I really think the second Predator is super underrated, in my humble opinion. It's very, very good. Don't listen to critics. That's good advice. That's good advice for life, by the way. Don't listen to critics. What do they know? Right? What do they know? Okay, so for you, the best Predator was the first one. See, I got to go with the second one because I loved the idea of taking the Predator and then putting him in Los Angeles, right? I thought that was really cool because the first one was in the forest, in the jungle, I should say, not in the forest. And then to actually set the second one in Los Angeles, I thought was really, really cool and a really cool idea. Welcome to the Square and Compass live stream. We're just hanging out. I'm live chatting with some people. This is a kind of an Ask Me Anything. Right now, we were talking about supernatural investigations and the ones that have taken place at Masonic temples. Right now, we're talking about our favorite movies. We got onto horror movies and scary movies. But if this is really an Ask Me Anything, it's just a chance to hang out. So anything you want to talk about, throw it in the chat if you can. Let me know that's working. Let me know that you can hear me well, see me well. The audio is good, the video is good, all of that good stuff. I said I would just stick around and chat for as long as people are interested. And I've been having a really good chat with my buddy Nicholas Romita, a paranormal investigator and a really cool fella. So thank you for joining us. And yeah, I hope that you'll take the time to leave something in the chat. Let me know that you're still here watching and what you want to talk about. Because the more people we have chatting and engaging with us, the better. As I was saying, if you get the chance and you can, leave a like. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. All that good stuff. Let's see what Nicholas has to say. Prey, I agree. Prey was very good. I actually saw Prey on a date, and I thought that was a good movie. I think that the key to making these movies. Oh, we got a barge. I think the key to making these movies, like what makes Predator work, is you can kind of take the Predator, you can take the alien, and put him anywhere, and it's going to be successful, right? So, for example, you can have the Predator in, in Japan in the 11th century. You could have him in ancient Rome and ancient Greece. You could have him in Aztec civilization. You could even have a Predator, in prehistoric times. And how would the prehistoric people characters deal with it? I think that that's the real strength of the Predator movie, is you can basically take him and put him in any time, and he's going to be an interesting character to see how he reacts to all of the different people around. I think that's true for any movie, though, like especially scary movies. So many of them, you can put them anywhere. I saw a post about this where it's like, what if you did, like, a Facebook post where, what if you did a Final Destination style movie, or a Final Destination movie, but on a pirate ship in like the 14th century, right? Or what if you did an alien movie, but the xenomorph ended up in prehistoric America or something, or the Mayan civilization? Or what if you did a Hellraiser movie, but it was the ancient Greeks that created their own box, or discovered the box that releases the priest, or otherwise known as Pinhead? So I personally think that would be really cool. They should make a movie, Predator versus Transformers. Okay, what would that actually look like? That's really fascinating, because I guess they're both aliens, right? They're both out in space, but it would be a pretty big mishmash, I think, of like genres, right? Because Transformers is like fun, kid-friendly action. Predator is, I mean, in the 80s, it was kid-friendly because it was the 80s, and in the 80s, you could get away with, kids watching rated R movies. I know I did. But as a rule, it feels like more of a horror movie, right? So how would you combine, say, making a Predator and Transformers movie? What would be the story? And would it take place on Earth, or would it take place in Cybertron? Wherever the Transformers are from. I just added welcome to the chat once again, hoping people are able to join us if they'd like. It'd be great to have you leave something in the chat. I've actually got a couple of movie ideas, which I'm not saying that they're going to be famous or popular or anything like that, but I think they'd be good. And one is actually about Freemasonry, because while I wait for Nicholas to give me his thing, and let me know, people watching, what you think of this, because I think this would make a great movie. If anybody from Hallmark is watching this, by all means, feel free to steal it for this first one. All right, hold on one second. I don't know. Oh, so Nicholas said, I don't know what the story would be, but it would be funny. So it'd be more of a comedy. I think that could be interesting. I mean, I think you could do that probably as a really neat action movie. Have Transformers versus Predator as like an action style movie with a little bit of horror elements to it, maybe. Nothing too much, but you definitely would want a couple scenes. I'm assuming the aliens would be, or the predators would be the bad guys, right? As opposed to, although it could be an interesting thing, because in the Alien versus Predator movies, I think the aliens were actually like, the predators were actually like the good guys, and the aliens were more the bad guys. The xenomorphs were more the bad guys in those movies, which is really interesting. Okay, but anyways, here we go. So I'm going to give you guys my pitch for my Hallmark Christmas movie, because I love Hallmark Christmas movies, talking all about, which would be all about Freemasonry, and it would probably be called something like Christmas Lodge. So the basic premise of the story is you have a big city, quote unquote, New York, Chicago, whatever, a big city news reporter who is the main character. And the movie starts and she discovers that the movie starts with her learning that her dad has passed away. And it takes place in she learns this in, say, October. So a couple months before Christmas. And she goes back. She works for a newspaper, but she gets time off to go back and collect her dad's things and, sort out his estate. And while she's sorting out his estate, she discovers that a whole bunch of his Masonic items, his Masonic regalia, his Masonic apron, his Masonic jewels, Masonic rings, in one of the boxes. And she never knew that he was a Mason. And so she learns that her dad was a Mason and was a member of what turns out to be called Christmas Lodge in a small town in, could be a small town anywhere, but we're going to say a small town in New England, because that's where so many of these take place, right? So she finds out, or actually Alaska, sorry, finds out her dad was a Mason in a town, a member of a Christmas Lodge, a Masonic Lodge in small town Alaska. And so she has been, as part of her job, looking for a story, something to write about for a paper. And so she decides to pitch. She wants to do a story about Christmas Lodge, right? The fact that it's this Masonic Lodge called Christmas Lodge, that it's located in a town in Alaska called Christmas. So she pitches it to her editor, and it starts off with her not particularly liking Freemasons or not knowing much about them, but just having kind of a general negative view of them. She pitches it to her editor. The editor agrees. So she flies to Christmas, Alaska to do the story on the lodge. And in the process, she learns that she meets the worshipful master of Christmas Lodge. And of course, they're going to be the main love interest. At first, she's kind of negative to Freemasonry or negative to the idea of Christmas Lodge, but she sees the work that the lodge does for the community. She learns that the lodge is actually sponsors every year, community events in and around Christmas, and sees the toy drive they put on and all these different type of things that they do. And so initially, the story kind of has a more negative bend, but it grows more positive. As she goes, she meets some older members of the lodge who knew her father when he was a member of that lodge. Turns out that he had to move away because he got a job offer and needed to take the job offer to care for his family. Because they moved when she was young. So a lot of guys are saying things like, the only thing he loved more than Freemasonry was his children, was his child, was you. There's also going to be the Tyler of the lodge. If anybody doesn't know, the Tyler is the kind of the guy who sits outside the lodge. He's really supposed to guard it, but mostly he's a greeter. And so he is going to be strongly implied that he is Santa Claus throughout the movie, because you need one of those characters in it. It's one of those things where they'll be looking at pictures of the lodge in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, and in every picture he looks exactly the same, and he always disappears for a week at Christmas time, something like that. And there'll be a lot of fun things where the reporter would find a bunch of conspiracy theories online, think that they're real, find out that they're not real. As she gets more and more to know more and more the members of the lodge and gets to meet them, and as she falls in love with the handsome worshipful master. And the worshipful master from his end will be probably widowed, because that's a pretty common thing, but he's going to be one of those guys who's obsessed with his, normally these characters are obsessed with work. He would be obsessed with his lodge and keeping his Masonic lodge going, because like every Masonic lodge, it'll be struggling. And a lot of the other characters will be his Masonic lodge brothers and friends, who will be constantly encouraging him, right, to make more time for romance and blah, 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 and a personal life. And he will do that because he falls in love with the reporter. And her story will end up being positive about the lodge, and they'll live happily ever after. So that is my idea for my Hallmark Christmas movie. I call it Christmas Lodge. Anybody who wants it, you're welcome to steal it. It's all yours. If you want to write a script about it, just, be kind enough to mention where you heard it from first. Let me know, Nicholas, if you're still there. I'm hoping you are. Throw down a message. Let me know what you think of Christmas Lodge. And I can tell you my other awesome idea for a movie, which is all about Halloween. Or it's actually a Halloween sequel, but it's meant to collapse all of the different timelines. Kind of like what they did with Spider-Man in No Way Home, where they brought in the other Peter Parkers and the other universes. It would be the same idea, but with the Halloween franchise, where you're bringing in all the different Halloweens. Oh, I think we got a response. Not sure why the chat doesn't seem to be working. We got a couple of people with this, so if you're watching this and you can, try to do something in the chat. Can't use that title because it's taken. But I feel like maybe, because there's been other movies that have had multiple titles, right? Like, or used the same title. Maybe Christmas Masonic Lodge. That can't be taken yet, right? But let me try this. I'm on Google right now. I'm checking this. Let's see. Yeah, it's a 2011 film, apparently. That's fine, though. Okay, we're going to call it Christmas Masonic Lodge. That's what we're going to call it. How do you even do that? Anybody know? How do you submit a... I'm checking this. How do you submit a story to Hallmark? How do you submit ideas for Hallmark Christmas movies? Oh, what do we got? It's copyright. Well, but the there's got to be a way. All right, I'm still here right now. All right. Hallmark does not accept outside submission of creative ideas, suggestions, or materials. It is Hallmark's channel's policy not to accept um, unsolicited ideas. Okay, so then how do I create a solicited idea? How to pitch a movie idea to Hallmark? Six steps to selling your screenplay to Hallmark. You know what? We're gonna go down this rabbit hole together. To the people watching, we are gonna find a way to submit my story to Hallmark. That's gonna be the goal. I don't need credit. I mean, I'd like to, it'd be fun to get so. So I have to get representation. Well, I don't want to enter a thing. Having professional representation, such as a literary agent or manager, can significantly enhance your chances of selling your screenplay to Hallmark. Okay, well, I can't just write it because how do they get it, right? I don't even need to write the actual thing. I just want to write the idea. Like, because I feel like a professional screenwriter could actually do a better job writing it than I do. I don't even know how to actually write a script. I mean, I know you're a writer, you wrote a book, but not all of us are as smart as you. Get literary agent. Okay. We are accepting submissions. Okay. Well, I found Austin Macaulay Publishers. A synopsis is a brief overview which can vary in length depending on the nature of your book, but generally it should not exceed 500 words. You'll also need to include. So I'd have to. How long is a actual manuscript? So let's say the movie is an hour and a half, right? How long is a movie manuscript for an hour, 30 minutes? Is it like a. Okay, so the average page count for a movie script is between 90 to 120 pages. The reason for this is because the average runtime is between an hour and a half to 2 hours. As we cover more detail below, one page equals 1 minute of screen time. So basically 90 pages or thereabouts would be the length of a screenplay. Well, what did you think, Nicholas? Let me know. Send me a message. Did you like my idea for? We're going to call it Masonic Masonic. We're going to call it the Christmas Masonic Lodge, I think, is what we're calling it. Oh, and actually, we're going to switch it though. We're going to have it where the town that she visits is called Freemason, Alaska, but the lodge is called Christmas Lodge, just for a fun little juxtaposition. So yeah, I feel like I hit the beats right. I know how it works. Let me see if I can. See, my favorite Hallmark Christmas movie right now is probably Jingle Bell Bride. Starring, I think, Julie Gonzalez. So let's see if I can find the actual. I guess it was in 2020, which I did not realize it was that old. All right, let's see. I think I want to see like the format. Okay, no. I want to see if I can find an actual picture. I just want to see what the format is. Like, how do you actually format a script? We're in this together now, Nicholas. You and I, we will find a way to write this. We should write it together because you like Hallmark Christmas movies too, right? Okay, I'm just looking at how you actually write a script. You can't have all the movies. There's so many movies. There's like, oh my God, there's dozens. Okay, I'm looking at a screenplay format guide though. There's so many out there. But what's you see, for me, I think Jingle Bell Bride is my favorite. I really like the Christmas and Evergreen series, especially the second one. You have written a script. Was it in like the proper script format style? Or was it, let's see. So, oh, the basic script formatting are as follows. To the other person watching this right now, you're more than welcome to join in. If you can, for some reason, leave something in the chat. Try to find me on Facebook. Leave something there. I'm having a lot of fun with my buddy Nicholas, who for some reason can't use the chat, which drives me crazy. Let's see, though. We got... All right, let me see. So apparently, the way that this works is... All right, so it is here it is. 12-point Courier font size, 1.5-inch margin on the left, 1-inch margin on the right, 1 inch on top and bottom of the page. Each page should have approximately 55 lines. Geez, the dialogue block starts 2.5 inches from the left side of the page. The first page shall not be numbered. Okay, so apparently they have screenwriting software. Okay. Okay, so I'm wondering if there's a way that I can like download this thing. I am writing the novel for it. Well, you already wrote a novel, right? Like I've got a novel. You signed it for me. Are you doing a second screenplay followed by novel or a third? Because that's impressive. I mean, that's what, 3 things you've written and got published? Okay, Studio Binder. Can I download your stuff? Filmmaking templates. No, I want the cool script format. All right, but that is we're going to call it Christmas Masonic Lodge. And it's all about, like I was saying, I think that'd be a super fun idea. And it'd only be 90 minutes. It can't be that hard to write, right? Like, how hard is it to write an actual script? I gotta find I'm gonna make a friend who's like a Hallmark actor or actress. I'm sure that they could get this made. The second idea I had for a really fun movie has nothing to do with Freemasonry, but I'm sure I could add them in somehow, right? It's I have a book in how to write a script. Okay. I'd have to take a look at that book. I've had this idea for years now. Years I've had this idea and I never actually bothered to get around to writing it. So I think I should give it a shot at some point and stop being so lazy. The other idea I had, you can let me know what you think of this as well. Nicholas, or anybody watching this, because why not? I always thought so. Like I say, you know how in what's it called in Spider-Man: No Way Home, they do the thing where they have the three Peter Parkers, the three Spider-Men get together and uh, interact, and you get the villains from the different universes. See, I had that idea as well, but with the Halloween movies. And to kind of understand this, you have to be a big nerd like me and have actually watched all the Halloween films, which Nicholas, you've watched them all, right? Um, let me know if you haven't, but I'll try to try to explain it in a way that makes sense. Um, the movie would actually start with so at the end of Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, which is a criminally, by the way, I'm just going to say it, a criminally underrated film. I think one of the best ones out there. I think, honestly, I think is the second best Halloween after the original. So the end of Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, right? It has a shot of what's her name? It has a shot of Scout Taylor Compton, the actress who played Laurie Strode, the Rob Zombie version of Laurie Strode, um, in like a long hallway looking at a white horse and her real mother, Sherry Moon Zombie, Mrs. Michael Myers' mom as well, because they're brother and sister in the Rob Zombie version. So supposedly, everybody, including myself, took that to mean that um, Scout Taylor Compton had gone crazy and had ended up she had gone crazy and she was in a psychiatric ward and she was hallucinating the same things that Michael Myers was hallucinating. I guess in reality, what Rob Zombie had wanted to imply with that was that she had passed away and she was being guided to the afterlife by her real mom and the white horse. But I'm choosing my interpretation for this movie. So the movie opens up. You see Scout Taylor Compton as the now quote unquote crazy or at least catatonic version of Laurie Strode. She's in a psychiatric ward, and you overhear two of the guards saying that they're getting ready to transport her, or not even transport her, just that she's crazy and she hasn't talked in years, and she's Michael Myers' sister, right? This is all in the Rob Zombie universe. Then we cut to she looks up and we see off to the side of her, we see her mom, Sherry Moon Zombie, dressed as she was at the end of Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, all in the white. And she kind of leans over to Scout Taylor Compton, to Laurie Strode, and she just says, "It's time." And then there's a cut, and then we see throughout the hospital a whole bunch of blood, a whole bunch of people have been killed, um, stabbed. There's blood everywhere. And then we cut to a scene of Scout Taylor Compton's Laurie Strode getting into a van. The van is full of a whole bunch of people in like military dress. They look like kind of security forces. The door to the van closes. It drives away. And when it drives away, you can see on the back of it or on the side of it, you see the, what's it called now? I kind of think of it now. You see the silver shamrock logo from Halloween season 3, Halloween part 3, season of the witch. And so she gets into this van, she drives away, she's surrounded by a whole bunch of like military people, or they look like military people, they're all dressed like for battle. And then it goes back through the hospital, and you see all of the a whole bunch of people stabbed. None of them are shot. That's a really key point. Even though the people in the van, in the silver shamrock van, were all dressed in like military garb and had weapons, everybody is stabbed or just, beat to shit, that type of thing. So then it cuts to the return of Josh Hartnett, who actually is like getting famous once again. He played in Halloween H2O the other Laurie Strode, Jamie Lee Curtis's Laurie Strode. He played her son in that universe, right? There's like 6 universes. So we start in the Rob Zombie Halloween 2 universe. Then we go to H2O. So we see Josh Hartnett. He's grown up, obviously, since Halloween H2O. He's in like a store shopping. He's looking at um, like he's in a kid's aisle, because the implication is he has children now, right? With his girlfriend from Halloween H2O. And as he's looking around, who pops up? Hopefully he'd be willing to do it. Ant-Man pops up. Paul Rudd, who played Tommy Jarvis in Halloween Part 6, The Curse of Michael Myers. And that's a different universe as well. It's not the same as the H2O universe, but we'll find out how he's there in a second. And basically, he convinces Josh Hartnett to come with him. And he says, we've got a van waiting. You need to come with me. Josh Hartnett doesn't understand why, right? He says, no, I'm not going with you. He says, look, Michael Myers is coming to get you. Josh Hartnett says, so in Josh Hartnett's universe, right, Michael Myers never died. He was badly burned in Halloween Resurrection, which is part of that universe, but the last shot was him opening his eyes. Josh Hartnett says, well, no one's seen him for however many years. Oh, sorry, Nicholas. I see you said you don't like Rob Zombie Halloween 1 and 2. I disagree, sir. I love those movies, but maybe you like them more after you hear my crazy ideas. So he says, look, Michael Myers is back. He's after your wife, who was the girlfriend, Michelle. I forget her name. The actress was Michelle in Halloween H2O. So Josh Hartnett says, Michael Myers hasn't been seen since the end of the Resurrection movie or whatever. He says, no, he's coming to get you. I've had experience with him. I'm Tommy Jarvis. Josh Hartnett says, you're a different Tommy Jarvis. I don't know what you're talking about. He says, you need to just come with me. So anyways, he convinces him to get into this van. He sees his wife is actually in the van already. When he gets there, he's confused, obviously, but then he looks over and he sees his universe's version of Michael Myers with the burnt mask from Resurrection, actually walking down the alley towards the van where they're parked. He gets in. Paul Rudd gets in. You also see driving it is Busta Rhymes from Halloween Resurrection. You see the main character from Halloween Resurrection in there. You've got Hartnett. You've got his wife, who was his girlfriend in H2O. You've got Paul Rudd as well in there. And Busta Rhymes actually hits the reverse, hits Michael Myers with the van, doesn't kill him, but, sends him flying backwards. As he's driving away, a silver shamrock van, the same type that we saw at the start of the movie, shows up and starts to chase them. Actually, starts to shoot at them. The Michael Myers that got hit by the van, he gets in another van of the Silver Shamrock. They're chasing him too, and they have to escape. And basically, that's where you get the basic exposition. And the exposition is kind of this, because Josh Hartnett is obviously quite confused as to what's happening. So the explanation is the main bad guys in this story are actually the Silver Shamrock Corporation, which is not just a multinational corporation, but a multi-dimensional corporation. They're kind of like Wolfram and Hart from Angel. They've got a whole bunch of different offices and presences in a whole bunch of different dimensions and universes, right? And they have existed. Initially, the Silver Shamrock Corporation was actually druids who celebrated Samhain, but it's called Sam, it's pronounced Samhain in the Halloween movies. Initially celebrated Samhain, even going back as far as Stonehenge. They were druids who practiced witchcraft and black magic and tried to sow evil into the world. And as they became more and more powerful with magic, they started to enter other dimensions to do the same thing. And as time went on and the world started to change, these druids this cult of Samhain changed with it. They, replaced druid robes with suits and ties and became corporate, but they still maintained their witchcraft and their magical ways. And they still continue trying to sow evil in multiple dimensions. So in some dimensions, they did this by, in doing evil into children, such as Michael Myers. In some cases, they did this through the masks we see in Halloween Part 3, Season of the Witch, where they try to sow evil that way by basically using masks to destroy communities, kill children, right? It's all about sowing evil kind of for its own sake. Let me know, Nicholas, if you're still with me in the send a chat. So what happens is the Silver Shamrock Corporation has actually found a way to start to collapse universes in on each other, if that makes any sense. And they've actually found a way to collapse all the universes into each other, so they're able to control, instead of having multiple branches, if you want, of the corporation in multiple dimensions, they're able to combine them all. And if they can do that, that they can sow all of their evil into one dimension. So and they've been doing this for a while, right? Their first effort to do so was actually in Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, when you see the original Halloween movie playing on a television, which was their first attempt to try to somehow combine the dimensions, the universes of Season of the Witch with the universe of Halloween Part 1 and Part 2. But then when you really see it happen is in Halloween H2O. Because if you'll recall in that movie, in Halloween H2O, the female characters, the female students, they're getting ready to go out and kind of party with their boyfriends, right? Including Josh Hartnett. And they're watching on television Scream Part 2, which means in the Halloween H2O universe, Scream 2 exists, which also means Scream 1 has to exist, right? And if you think about it, that doesn't make any sense, because in Scream 1, famously, what movie are they watching? They're watching the original Halloween, which starred Jamie Lee Curtis as Laurie Strode, the exact same character she plays in Halloween H2O. So that was actually, though, an example of the Silver Shamrock Corporation trying their best to collapse all the different universes into one, in this case, the Halloween the different Halloween universes, so they can have multiple Michael Myers running around, multiple masks, that type of thing. And that's how they kind of convince Josh Hartnett as to what, and his wife Michelle, as to what's going on, right? They say, like, what movie were you watching? Scream 2. Tell me about Scream 1. They realize how it's not possible. And they kind of realize, okay, so going back to the scene, as they're driving, we find out that Paul Rudd, Tommy Jarvis from Halloween 6, he was the first one to figure out what the Silver Shamrock Corporation was doing, because he knew about the Druids and their ancient selves. He figured out what they became in modern times. And he's figured out how to travel between these universes, just like the Silver Shamrock Corporation has. So he can travel to the Rob Zombie universe. He can travel to the Halloween 3 universe. He can travel to the original Halloween timeline, the H2O timeline, through these different portals that he's found. So they're driving away. All these characters are being chased by the Silver Shamrock Corporation, which has the Michael Myers that's all burned up. They make it to a warehouse. They're able to run into the warehouse. The Silver Shamrock Corporation and the Michael Myers is following them. The Silver Shamrock Corporation is all dressed up in military gear and all that, because they need to stop Tommy Jarvis, because he knows how to stop them from collapsing the universes. So anyways, they make it through. They run to this door. They open the door. They all go through. They close the door. And when the Silver Shamrock Corporation opens the door, they're gone, because that was a portal that Tommy Jarvis was able to find and create in order to escape. And he escaped into the universe of, I call it Halloween H4O, the most recent Halloweens, which would be Halloween, then Halloween 2018, Halloween Kills, and Halloween Ends. And in that dimension, Laurie Strode is still played by Jamie Lee Curtis, but she never had a son named Josh Hartnett. She had a daughter, right, and who was killed, and a granddaughter. But Paul Rudd escapes him into that universe. They meet that universe's Laurie Strode. She doesn't believe them at first, but then they convince her. And obviously that makes it a really cool dynamic, because you've got Josh Hartnett in his universe. His mom, Jamie Lee Curtis's Laurie Strode, died in Resurrection. So he lost his mom. So now he sees his mom again, much older, only she doesn't recognize him or doesn't view him as a son, because in her universe, she only had a daughter who passed away, right? So they are kind of awkward with each other and don't know how to get along, which adds to it. But they find out that basically the way to stop the Silver Shamrock Corporation from collapsing all of the universes into one and kind of sowing evil forever is they have to go to the prime. They have to go to the prime timeline, which is actually the Halloween 3 timeline, and destroy like the main portal that they've created, which is in their offices. But to do that, they need to get as many Laurie Strodes together as they can. They need to get as many different versions of the good guys as they can together, because they're the ones who kind of were imbued with the good power to stop the bad versions of the Michael Myerses. So they convince Laurie Strode to come with them. So now you've got kind of all the good characters from the Halloween universes. And they're all going to go back to the Season of the Witch universe, where they're going to basically break into the Silver Shamrock Corporation's headquarters and blow up their portal. Only then they discover, as they're getting there, that they managed to actually kill the Michael Myers that was chasing them, the burnt one from Halloween Resurrection. They managed to kill him, because they're all kind of together, and that what makes them super powerful, right? All these different Laurie Strodes and Laurie Strode's son, um, and Tommy Jarvis, kind of the combination of all of them gives them that power. So they cross over back to the Halloween 3 timeline, but then not only do they find waiting for them the Silver Shamrock Corporation soldiers and security forces who want to stop them, but they also find Rob Zombie's Laurie Strode, Scout Taylor Compton, who's the evil version. So now you've got Jamie Lee Curtis's Laurie Strode seeing the evil version of herself. You've got Josh Hartnett seeing kind of the evil version of his mom, a different version of his mom who's evil. You have the Laurie Strodes who have to fight with each other. And it turns out that using magic and witchcraft and all that, the Silver Shamrock Corporation, and they knew that Scout Taylor Compton was the most powerful kind of evil being in these universes because she took over the evilness from her brother, Michael Myers. So they used Sherry Moon Zombie's ghost. They're using their witchcraft to control Sherry Moon Zombie's ghost, who is therefore able to control Scout Taylor Compton. And it's implied throughout the movie that Scout Taylor Compton, or that Sherry Moon Zombie, right, the Scout Taylor Compton's mom, is none too happy with this situation and doesn't like the fact that she can't do anything about it, but that she's being controlled by the Silver Shamrock Corporation and is being forced to tell Scout Taylor Compton what to do. You kind of get the idea that Scout Taylor Compton isn't too happy with it either, but because in the Rob Zombie movies, right, the entity, the Shape, Michael Myers, and now Scout Taylor Compton, Laurie Strode, always listen to their mom, and kind of that's what guides them. So they meet up with Scout Taylor Compton. Busta Rhymes from Resurrection sees her, thinks, well, she's, just a girl. She's half my size or whatever. He goes and attacks her. He gets a few good licks in, but it doesn't phase her. And then she basically just snaps his neck because she has the same powers as Michael Myers. And she's being powered by the Silver Shamrock Corporation as like pure evil. And then there's a shot of Sherry Moon Zombie saying to her, like, go have fun. And she basically manages to tear through 90% of the heroes. She kills a couple more of them. The other Laurie Strode, so Jamie Lee Curtis's Laurie Strode fights Scout Taylor Compton's Laurie Strode, and Scout Taylor Thompson, mops the floor with her. But at the last minute, Josh Hartnett, who is Jamie Lee Curtis's son, right, or who is a different son, who is the son of a different Laurie Strode who's died, manages to save her at the last minute and get her to safety. And so then it ends up being it's the last character. The characters, right, are Jamie Lee Curtis's Laurie Strode from the most recent movies, Tommy Jarvis from Halloween 1 through 6, Josh Hartnett from H2O, and his wife from H2O, and everybody else has kind of died. And the rest of the movie is them basically in the Halloween 3 universe trying to get into the Silver Shamrock Corporation, dodging both the security forces, which have just typical guns and are trying to kill him and things like that, and Scout Taylor Thompson's, the Scout Taylor Compton evil version of Laurie Strode, which has all the powers of Michael Myers. What ends up happening is Tommy Jarvis figures out how to break the spell that the Silver Shamrock Corporation put on Sherry Moon, on Scout Taylor Compton's mom, Sherry Moon Zombie. And because of that, the Silver Shamrock Corporation can no longer control her. So what she does is she is so pissed at the Silver Shamrock Corporation for basically turning her into a slave that she says, like, she tells Scout Taylor Compton, don't worry about killing those guys. Take out the Silver Shamrock Corporation. And so Scout Taylor Compton doesn't really turn good, but she's just so pissed at what they did to her mom, and her mom is so pissed that she turns on all of the Silver Shamrock security forces and is able to basically destroy them all, which gives the heroes the chance to get to the main portal in the Prime timeline and destroy that, thus stopping the Silver Shamrock Corporation from collapsing the universes into one and spreading all their evil. And there'd be a lot of really cool scenes in the Prime timeline, the Silver Shamrock Halloween Part 3 timeline. One thing that's really cool is that Halloween exists as a movie, right? Not as a reality. It exists as a movie, which means Jamie Lee Curtis, who went through in real life, in her reality, actually went through the events of Halloween 1978, now has to see it portrayed as a movie, which other people find entertaining. Meanwhile, she was so traumatized by it. So she has to see that. I think the relationship between Josh Hartnett and Jamie Lee Curtis would be really cool. Because again, Josh Hartnett is coming from a reality where Jamie Lee Curtis, his mom was killed. And Jamie Lee Curtis is from a reality where she never had a son. She had a daughter. She had a child who was killed. And so how do those two interact with each other? And obviously at the end of it, when Josh Hartnett saves Jamie Lee Curtis from Scout Taylor Compton or from the Silver Shamrock Corporation, he would do it and he would yell like, Mom, I've got you. And she would kind of start to view him as a child and as her child without feeling like it betrays her daughter who passed away. And then also, how does Jamie Lee Curtis react to seeing the evil version of herself, basically, right? A version of Laurie Strode, played by Scout Taylor Compton, that is basically clinically insane, and the equivalent of Michael Myers, both in terms of his powers and, his mental issues. How does Josh Hartnett deal with seeing another version of his mom, who in this case is also is clinically insane and evil, and maybe even might be younger than him technically, but how does he deal with that? And even though this version of Laurie Strode, the Scout Taylor Compton version of Laurie Strode, would be like Michael Myers. She wouldn't say anything. She wouldn't really emote. How might she, in however way she could, react to seeing an older version of herself who's quote unquote good, or who never had, because the Jamie Lee Curtis version never had Michael Myers as a brother, right? In the most recent movies. So to seeing a version of herself that never had Michael Myers as a brother, how does she react to that type of stuff? I personally think that would be really cool. So Nicholas, let me know what you think of that and how you think it would work. Because I think it would be fun. I'm just going to wait for Nicholas to respond. I'm going to see if I can get somebody else to join us. If anybody is watching this, see, yeah, I know it's super confusing because I feel like we almost have to you'd have to have a crash course in all the movies, right? Because you've got 6 different universes all together, right? But I'm telling you, I think it makes sense and would be super fun. Or I think it makes sense because I've seen the movies so many times, right? And I love all the movies so much that I can automatically kind of make sense of it. But obviously not everybody has seen them all, 700 times or however many times I've seen them. It's been a whole bunch. It's been a whole bunch, but I do think that it could be fun. What would you say is your favorite Halloween movie of them all? Right, if you had to pick one quote unquote favorite. We got, yeah, I think that's right. I concur. I think the first one is actually probably the best one too. But my rankings, let me tell you, they are a little bit controversial. I'm going to give my rankings, Nicholas. All right. You still got to be my friend when this is all said and done. But my favorites are Halloween. So the original Halloween, 1978. Then, and this is where it gets kind of sketchy, then Rob Zombie's 2009 Halloween as a second best. Then the original, and then Rob Zombie's Halloween from 2007. I think it was actually 2006. Then Halloween 4. Then Halloween 2 from 81. Then Halloween H2O. Then Halloween 5. Then Halloween 2018. Then Halloween Ends. Then Halloween Kills. And I think and Halloween 6 actually goes before Halloween 5. So yeah, so that is my link. So that is my list. Let me know if you want. Let me know if there's anything, what your list would be. Because I know that can be a super controversial topic. The rankings of the Halloween movies. But Halloween 1 is hard to beat. But Halloween, the original Halloween. But I got to be honest, I do believe, and I know how this might sound, that Halloween 2 is grossly underappreciated. Right? So underappreciated. I'm just going to hang out here and wait to see. I believe we have somebody else who's going to be joining us soon. And then also I can do a ranking of my favorite Nightmares on Elm Street and my favorite Friday the 13th. But I will say, this is a controversial opinion. I think they're all great. I don't think there any of those movies I'd be happy to watch. I think they're all wonderful. And I think they get kind of I think they're oftentimes super unfairly maligned. Even the quote unquote bad ones, I think are actually really good. Like I really like Halloween Part 5. I really like Nightmare on Elm Street, uh, Part 6, Freddy's Dead. I don't like it as much as Nightmares 4 and 5, which are the two best ones, I believe, but I think they're really good. I really like Friday the 13th Part 5 or Jason Takes Manhattan, which is very underrated, by the way. So, hey, Nicholas, if you're still watching this, by all means, let us know what is your throw in the. I'll even put it in the chat. If you send me a message with your favorite, with your ranking of the Halloween movies, I will put it in the chat. Maybe get some other people to discuss it because those can be pretty. It can get pretty heated when people debate those things. So, I'm highly curious as to what yours are. Oh, okay. We have got a response. Let's see what we got. We had a response and now it's gone away for a second. Let's see if I can track it down. Dun, dun, dun. I don't know why I make that sound sometimes, but for some reason, come on. Don't worry, I haven't forgot about you, Nicholas. I promise. I'm just trying to get this thing set up here. Okay, so all the Halloween movies, but 3 was totally different. Yes, 3 was totally different. 3 was the most different and kind of unique one of them all. I agree with that completely. But that kind of made it fun in its way, right? Like I think it was a super enjoyable thing to see them. Oh no, I don't agree with that at all, sir. Rob Zombie's Halloween movies are wonderful. I personally think that number 2, the 2009 RZ movie, was maybe the best remake ever, if you count it as a remake, right? Because I don't even know if is it a remake of the 1981 Halloween 2 or is it just a standalone sequel, right? But even the first one, 2000 and when did it come out? When did it come out? I'm checking this. I think it was 2006. Oh, it was 2007. Okay. So I'm kind of curious. I think pretty sure you were right in terms of critics agree with you, I should say. 28% approval rating. See, I think, in my opinion, even though Halloween the 1978 Halloween is better, um, I personally would say that um, Scout Taylor Compton is a better Laurie Strode than Jamie Lee Curtis. I know people are going to come after me for these. McDowell is a better Dr. Loomis. Um, and Tyler Main is a better Michael Myers than Nick Castle. I think all of those characters were better cast and better performed. The reason, though, that Halloween is better is because it's like the perfect slasher film, if that makes sense. It's like the base. The example I usually use to describe it is, okay, if you, I used to be able to bake okay, and I would bake a lot of cheesecakes. And when I would make a cheesecake, the first thing I had to create was the base, right? And it was the same recipe every time. It was just to make a plain vanilla cheesecake. But once I had that base down, I could add stuff to it, right? I could add chocolate chips, or I added peanut butter once, or whatever it is you can add to it to make it special or make it different. But you can't make it special or different until you first know how to make the base, make it, basic. And that kind of, to me, is what Halloween 78 is. It's like the perfect base, right? It's the perfect base for a movie. It's got every kill happens exactly when it should. Every character is exactly what they should be. No character is particularly deep or psychological or complex, but they don't have to be. It's just showing it could almost be called like slasher movie. Like, it's the most perfect base of what a slasher movie should be. But then once you create that and once you have that, then it's really fun, because then you can start to take it in different directions and play with it and add stuff to it. And I think what Rob Zombie did so well is he added a psychological element to it. He added a psychological element to Michael Myers. He added a psychological element to Laurie Strode, made her like an actual character as opposed to just a placeholder that moved from place to place, right? Um, he explored in Halloween 2 actual trauma and what that does to somebody, and the guilt that you might feel if if all your friends passed away and you didn't, or not even passed away, right? I loved in Halloween 2 how Laurie Strode feels guilty. Like in Halloween 2, Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, Laurie Strode talks about how guilty she feels that she survived and her friends didn't, but also when she sees Annie, with all the scars, that Annie has these scars and she didn't, and she feels guilty like it was her fault. Survivor's guilt. You don't ever see that really in the original Halloween. In Halloween 2, you could argue it's because Laurie Strode is still in the hospital and she's still kind of, on sedatives and kind of recovering. And so she doesn't really have time to process how she feels, which is probably true for anybody in that situation. But Halloween H2O, it's like you don't really see that. Like you see her suffering from post-traumatic stress, and there's problems with alcohol, but the survivor's guilt, or the guilt you might feel about being the only one of your friends to survive, she never really, I don't think that gets explored nearly as much or as well as it does in Halloween 2 by Rob Zombie. So that, sir, is my opinion. I don't know if I've changed your mind, maybe you have a more sympathetic view to to Rob Zombie's Halloween. We could always have a watch party one day, maybe even on this podcast one day. We could all watch it together. Maybe I'll convince you otherwise. And if you are a new person joining, leave something in the chat. Let us know how you're doing. Let us know what you want to talk about. It's always kind of fun. Looks like it's about to start storming once again. It's amazing how, like, I feel like we got a lot of rain over the last little bit. I feel like it's at the start obvious that we get a lot of people joining, and then they kind of, you see less and less of them as we go. See how I'm looking. Welcome to some new people maybe joining us. Good to have you in. Leave a chat. Let me know how you're doing. We were just talking about the Halloween movies, just for some fun with me and my buddy Nicholas, who's on here. So leave a chat. Let me know if you like Halloween movies. And I think I'm going to try this again tomorrow. Maybe I'll try this every day at 12. Who knows? See what I can do. See if I can get some more people joining as we kind of go. Because that would always be fun. Nicholas, if you're there, you're still watching this, let me know if there's anything else that you want to talk about. Leave us a message. I'll try to get back for you. I'm looking forward to checking out our stuff tonight, our episodes tonight. We're going to be releasing again on the paranormal, on the supernatural. So, Nicholas, if you find that, I'm hoping you can leave a message or a comment on the video. Oh, you found my weak spot. I've never seen a full Conjuring movie. I'm embarrassed to say I've seen parts of Conjuring movies, which are always fun. I like the Annabelle movie, the parts I saw. Actually, no, I did see the second Annabelle in full, which I really did enjoy, actually. So I shouldn't say that, but I haven't seen. It's been a while. So, what are your thoughts on the Annabelle movies? Let me know. Let me know what you think of them. Interesting. Which one? So, as someone who really has no recollection even of the movies I've seen or haven't seen or how much I've seen, I just have kind of vague recollections of them. What would you suggest I start with? Like the first movie in that series that I should watch? Okay, so you love them. So you love all of them. Is there anyone in particular that you would say we should watch? And which one, et cetera, et cetera? Conjuring 1. Okay. That's when was that released? Right, that was released not that long. What 2000 and let's check it out. I'm going back to Wikipedia. Conjuring 1. It's actually called The Conjuring, right? 2013. Okay. 2013. Starring Patrick Wilson and Vera Farmiga, who is a pretty lady, by the way. So then they made Conjuring Part 2. Then they did the Annabelle Creation, Annabelle Comes Home, and then they did The Nun. I really liked, like I said, I do think the only one I remember seeing, I think, was Annabelle Creation, and I did like it actually quite a bit. From what I recall, it's just been so long. It was like a prequel, right? It was set in the 50s or something. I remember Vera. So yeah, I think Vera Farmiga. She was in a movie I saw with George Clooney once upon a time, if again I recall correctly. Nun 2 wasn't good. Is that part of the Conjuring universe as well? 'Cause I feel like that's one of those movies that, like I said, The Nun, but The Nun, so The Nun 1 was The Nun, the first Nun, that was a good one. Because that might be on my list to check out, is the Conjuring universes. Because even as someone who loves scary movies, I haven't really checked those out yet. But part of that is because I prefer like slasher films as opposed to supernatural horror. Nun 1. We got to pick a. We got to pick a different name for that. I'm going to say The Nun. Nun 1 sounds weird. The Nun, um, based on a true story. Aren't they all based on true stories? I thought. I could be wrong, but I thought that they were all kind of. Like I said, I thought they were all kind of based on true stories. Um, right? Isn't Annabelle based on a true story? I think Zach Bagans did a whole bunch of stuff on this once upon a time, if I recall correctly. Grabbing a, grabbing a. Yeah. Who are? Yeah. Okay. So that's kind of cool, though, right? But is it actually based on a true story, or is it just like they say it's based on a true story? Because there have been some movies like that over the years, right? Where it's not actually based on a true story, but they say it is. Okay. Because I feel like sometimes they say it's it's a true story, but it's really not actually based on a true story, right? Like um I'm trying to think of an example. Like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, right? Is not actually based on a true story. There's one guy who was a serial killer, uh, but you know, there was no family of cannibals and all that stuff. And all that stuff was kind of just added on for dramatic effect or entertainment effect or personal, whatever you want to call it, right? As opposed to being a true story. Um, who is oops. So yeah, I think sometimes that can be kind of the idea of a true story can be sometimes more of a marketing ploy. Though in general, I think a scary movie set in a Masonic temple would work really well, actually. Kind of fun in a lot of ways. No, well, kind of. I mean, it's an amalgamation of a lot of things, right? So the Freddy Krueger story, it's based on a bunch of different stuff. So it was based on uh, these stories of these. I think they were from Cambodia, but they were teenagers who were afraid to go to sleep, and they were told that if they went to they told their parents that if they went to sleep they would die. Their parents didn't believe them. Um, and so basically I think either gave them sleeping pills or just basically didn't believe them, waited them out. And when these teenagers fell asleep, they actually did pass away in their sleep. And one of the teenagers had a coffee pot hidden in his room, which is where Wes Craven got the idea in the first movie that Nancy Thompson would have a coffee pot kind of hidden in her room. Um, and then the character himself, Freddy Krueger, was based on some different things. It was based on a bully that Wes Craven dealt with. It was also based on um, uh, kind of a a stranger or a bum or something that Wes Craven saw walking outside of his window. He had a funny hat on, and he scared Wes Craven as a child so much he just remembered him. And then the name Freddy Krueger, right? It came from, one was a bully of Wes Craven, and then Krug, from what I understand, came from, or Krueger was a continuation or derivation of Krug, who was the main villain in Last House on the Left, which Wes Craven also happened to write. So yeah. So, but I don't think it was based on a true story otherwise. I mean, everything is kind of based on a true story somewhat, or a little bit, right? There's always going to be some type of experience or something that happens. But yeah. I'm hoping, good sir, that today, when the episode is released, that you'll swing by and give it a like and comment and all that good stuff. See if I can find it. I think tomorrow I may very well go live again. I think maybe I'll try to do it every day. See how much I can do with that. It's kind of fun. Let me see if I can. Let's see if I got it sent to you. Yes, I sent you the link. If you could get the chance after we're done, heading over to the link, leaving a like, leaving a comment, all that good stuff. I'm not sure about that, but anything's possible. Let's see. I mean, he was, there's Pied Piper. Well, it says here Collider. So, all right. So let's see. Yeah, no. See, I'm looking at it now. It was the article in the LA Times about a Cambodian family. Sudden unexplained nocturnal death syndrome, apparently, is what it was called, which I didn't know that was the actual term for it. There's also what's it called? A connection between them and Ash, and I think Jason, they did a comic about it. Well, cool. Alien Romulus. Apparently, Alien Romulus, we were talking about earlier, is doing pretty good. So, like financially, it's kind of cool. Good for that. I think it's good to see movies doing well. I hope they keep doing well. Because the better movies do well, the more likely we are to get more scary movies and all of that. I'll probably stay on for another 5 minutes or so, I think. Then I'll be taking off because I have to get ready because we're releasing the other episode tonight. So I'm going to set this to private. I'm going to grab some food, maybe take a break for a few minutes, and then get ready for our next episode release. And I still got to work out, do some exercise, and all that fun stuff. You got, by the way, if you've got an Instagram account, by all means share or follow me, because I'm almost at 500 and I'd like to get up there if I could. Maybe get to 600 at some point. Maybe get to 1,000. Who knows? You know, in terms of subscribers on YouTube, getting a couple a day now, which is a nice uptick from what I had before. I'm hoping that we can keep it going. It always feels good when you get a few more subscribers. Seem to constantly be getting around the 2 or 3 mark. It's rare I get more than that in a day, but that still feels pretty good. You got anything exciting planned for the rest of the weekend, Nicholas? I know it's almost over. I will look it up for sure. I don't know if maybe Wes Craven knew about it when he made them. When he wrote the script. Yeah, The Frightening Stranger. I'm not sure. What you reading? I'm reading House of Leaves right now, which I'm really enjoying. But let me know what you're reading and if you'd suggest it for me to check out. Because I'm always looking for more books to read. Wonder how many people I'm going to get tonight. That's my goal, is to take a break, do some reading, maybe watch a bit of a movie, and then get right back into it. And I think tomorrow I'm going to try to stream as well, till 8. You know, for a few hours, anyways. Maybe I'll try it on my cell phone. Curious if that's going to make a difference at all. What's Martian about? Oh, okay. Well, so is that? I didn't know that. Oh, yeah, I think I did know that was a book once upon a time, right? It was a book that they turned into a movie. A really good movie too. Would you say the book is better than the movie, or if you had to pick one, what would you go with? Because I think I would go with. I liked the book a lot. I was impressed by it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It starred Matt Damon. I saw the movie. I really liked it. Um, said I was impressed by just the work that went into that. Even though I know it's fake, the character, right, and how calm he managed to stay while being stuck on Mars for that length of time. That's pretty impressive. Okay. So that is a sign for me that I should 100% check out the movie, which I will. All right, Nicholas, this has been fun, but I need a break because like I said, I got my episode being released tonight. Thank you everybody for joining the Square and Compass podcast, the live stream. I had as much fun on this one as I did the last one, so maybe I will do the next. Maybe I'll do one tomorrow as well, and you can all jump on if you want. I might just do it from my cell phone. Just to see how it goes. So thank you guys so much, and I will talk to you later. Nicholas, good talking to you. I'll talk to you soon. All right, we're going to end the stream now.